All right, we are live.
Yes.
Hello.
Physical Media Matters. And our special guest is Rob from Rob's Reviews.
Nightmares.
No, yeah, Rob's
That's all right.
Nightmares. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Dummy. Well, at least there's nobody
It's-
on here. It's
Stream's
just
over.
us.
It's a,
Don't watch the replay.
That's
Don't
all
watch
right.
the replay. Yeah.
Now we have Horrific Reviews JM.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Hey, we can do like our videos and recommend them to nobody.
Right.
Hey,
All right, we
guys.
got some people in the chat already.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Don't watch the replay.
Thank you for joining
nice.
us, everyone in the chat. We appreciate you
Royce.
being here.
Mr. Car Productions, that's Kenny. He's from
Oh,
my
nice.
channel. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool guy. What's up, everybody?
Yeah, we were just talking about sometimes more is more, and yeah.
Mm,
Hamilton-
Quality over quantity sometimes.
Yes.
Quantity over quality sometimes. You know, we're saying how
Hamilton book.
sometimes if there's like a movie I really want and it's kind of expensive, I might want to buy, 10 movies for the same price and get more bang for my buck, and then wait for that one item to go down a little bit,
Well, I know, Joe, I think you do this, and I'm sure Jason does too, where you have a movie, but then when you're at a thrift shop, you see that same movie, but it's a 2-disc deluxe edition.
Mhm.
So it's like, do I want to get another version, or, what do you do?
Well, we have a name for that. We call ourselves assholes.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
what we call them.
we've literally tried to support each other in not doing that, because
Yes.
we have a tendency of doing that all the time. Like, we'll buy something and then like a week later we find like, oh, it's a new edition. This has a cool cover. Maybe I'll get this one too. Like,
Yes.
What
why?
did you say? What did
Like-
you say that I had an exception the other week? What the hell was it? I told you I bought another one, and you were like, "Oh, but that one's okay."
Hey, Coffin Crew.
Hey, what's up,
Hello.
guys?
What's going on?
What the hell was it? No, I can't remember.
I mean, I do that same thing where it's like, I'll see like a good cover, and I'll buy it for the cover.
Yeah,
Some people might call me stupid, but I you know what? I like
I
looking
like
at
my
a
collection.
I like looking at a cover. I mean, call me
Yep.
whatever.
That's all part of physical media. That's why it matters
Yeah.
so much.
Hey,
Yeah.
Anthony. And that's why I started doing that 4 or More series last year.
Yeah,
I
Anthony.
mean,
Yeah,
but then that kept making me buy stuff that I didn't need, because I was like, oh, if I buy one of these, I'll have 4 more for this one. I'll have 4 more for this one.
My brother is
Hey, Texas Horror.
my brother's 12 years older than me, okay? And he has no movies in his collection. He basically streams everything, and he comes to my house, he looks at all my movies, he's like, "Why the hell do you have all this?" He's like, "Don't you just move on with the times?" I said, I was like, "What happens when you can't stream any of this stuff?"
yes.
Like, what happens
exactly.
then? I said, "You have no
Exactly.
movies. Don't think about coming to my house to get any." It's like,
Yeah, this is not a
you know,
library.
Yeah.
I love that Maximum Overdrive cover. You're right, the Anchor Bay one. That's such an awesome cover.
Oh yeah. Yes.
That was what you gave me a pass on.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because you have the Steelbook, which I do
Yes.
as well. And I also bought that one because we love that movie.
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, we got the Steelbook because the Steelbook was going to be rare at the time. You know how those go. But
yeah.
I love that cover. And I love
I
that,
do
that
too.
was the killer is on this poster, like for Scream
Yes.
5. I loved that. So it's a
Oh.
really cool cover, and I give the pass for that one.
I'm jealous. You guys got the Steelbook. Oh,
I got, yeah.
It was so hard to get because the
5
people,
and 6, I got them.
yeah.
Yeah. Did you get both of them at Best Buy, Joe?
Yeah, they were Best Buy exclusives, yeah.
Oh my God,
Hmm.
son of a bitch!
One of them, remember one of them I had to ask. Remember I went to like four different Best
Yep.
Buys, and finally at one of them, I noticed, I don't know why, it's like, I guess it's like a gender thing. A lot of guys at the Best Buys used to like buy all the Steelbooks and then sell them online.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
by like the 4th Best Buy, I was like, let me try something. So I went to this female associate, and I was like, hey, can you do me a favor? And she went back there and she found them on like a shelf that they weren't supposed to be on. So somebody
Yeah.
was putting them aside. And that's how I got one. I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 that I did that with, and that's how I
I
was
think it was
fortunate to get
5.
that. It might have been the 5 one, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 5 because I remember you telling me about that.
Yep.
Texas says I only need 1 copy of a movie, and believe me, we're trying.
Hey, Mark.
That
I mean,
that's
I wish, I wish, and then my luck would be, and Jason, you've had this happen to you. What if we have that 1 copy, we go to watch it, and oh my God, it's skipping, or it's cracked, or whatever the hell, and it's like, now what?
yeah.
It's happened.
Now, I mean, chances are we can just go get another one. But what if it's something that's out of print, or what if it's something you can't find?
Well, yeah, but I mean, as a collector, there's more that goes into it. It's like,
Yeah.
if you have the same movie, but again, different cover art, different disc art, different
Yep.
edition
Yeah.
altogether, it's something different, even though some people may not look at it that way.
And like I said, believe me, I try to limit
So
as
do
much as
I.
possible.
We're trying. It's a work in progress.
I have 3 kids, and I try to make it all about them.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to be better at that.
Of course, yeah. It's
So-
just, but you know what? Like Jason and I always say, it's better than being into drugs and everything else. Whatever else.
Exactly.
I mean, we're
That's
we're
true.
buying movies. It's a safe hobby.
Yeah.
140,000. Wow,
What?
that's heavy.
You
No,
got 100.
that literally says 1,400,000. So I think
Oh,
that's
1,400,000. Oh,
yeah.
you're wrong.
Dude,
I need glasses.
man, that's more than Cool Duder.
4 copies of Jason Goes to Hell. Nice. I got 1 for that.
But I
one.
mean,
And
look at my
two.
look at my Evil Dead collection and stuff like that. I mean, I have ridiculous amounts of certain movies.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I need
Texas
them? No,
Chainsaw
but-
Massacre. I have so many copies of that.
Same for me.
Oh,
Exactly.
same. Same here. And then Return of the Living Dead, and yeah.
It's like I have this weird thing at just my weird OCD, my neuroses or something. And Jason, I know you're the same way.
Yep.
I'll be watching something and say it's even if it's like a first time watch, and if I'll be like, oh my God, I love this movie. I need another copy of it, like a
Yes.
different edition. All of a sudden, I want like every edition of this movie because I just happen to love it. Like
Yeah.
why?
Hey, Mr. Dan.
Like chances are I'm only going to watch like 1 or 2 of them, but for some reason I need like 6 copies of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or whatever. It's like it's just something in my mind clicks. Like I love this movie, I want more of it.
I feel the same way. I hold it in my hand and I'm like, oh, this is like holding gold right now.
Hey Dan, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just I can't help it.
And when I do that, no one else is in the room either. So.
Seneca's King, he just kicked me in the ass because he has 3 copies of Halloween 5. So I told you I was straightening up my shelf, right?
Yeah.
With Friday the 13th and Halloween, and I as well have 4 copies. And I'm sitting there going through them, saying, "Do I really need this? Oh, yep, this one's got the card in it. Oh, yep, this one's a Divamax instead of the regular." Yeah, I'm just an asshole. I mean, I just don't understand it.
So when I was remember when I was trying to find them for my brother because 4 and 5 are out of print, Halloween 4 and 5, other than like
Yes.
other than the 4K obviously, and so you had sent me a copy of 4 that you had found, an extra one.
Yes.
And I found 5 one day in Anchor Bay DVD, which I had already had. Okay. Like, oh yeah, this is great. I can give him 4 and 5. I take it home, I open it, and I'm like, why does this disc look different?
Oh boy.
I open up mine, and it's like the same release, but for some reason the art was slightly different. And I had no idea there was like a separate release. And then I'm looking, and like the DVD code on it, the DVD code was different. I was like,
oh boy.
Oh my God, it has a different catalog code. So you best bet I kept that one, and then luckily I ended up finding another copy for my brother. So I did the right thing. But now I have these 2. If you looked at them side by side, you would think they were exactly the same. But then you open them up, it's like, oh, wait a minute, they're different.
Little different.
What's the difference?
The artwork, like, so I don't even know how to explain it. So it's like the artwork of like Jamie with like the knife.
Right.
On one of the discs, it's like zoomed out, so it's like a smaller image of it, and on the other, it's more zoomed in. But like it's obvious though. It's like, and I think the title's on the top on one, and the title's on the bottom on the other. And I know it sounds ridiculous to people who aren't like that, but for me, I was
I
like,
get it.
this is unique, and I've never seen this one, so I kind of want. And the fact that it's also out of print, it's like, okay, well, am I ever going to find this again?
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, I haven't seen.
Maybe, yeah.
Truthfully, though, I haven't seen Halloween 4 and 5 in a long time on DVD because they're out of
Yeah.
print. Like
Yeah.
4K, yes, the Scream Factory, but like the old Anchor Bay releases of those, I don't see them around all that often.
Every once in a while, not very often.
They're expensive. I mean, if you're seeing them around
yeah.
every now and then, you should grab them. They're expensive.
Really?
Yes.
You're talking about the single releases,
Yep.
right?
Huh.
Well, and also the double feature, the Halloween 4 and 5 double
4 and
feature
5,
from
okay.
Anchor Bay.
Yeah.
That one too is expensive.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Texas horror. I actually like special features and extras because I love listening to commentaries, and it's kind of interesting to listen to that.
That's what I need to start doing because I don't do that nearly enough, and I feel like I'm missing some good stuff out there.
Yeah, and we've said that. And the problem with me is like I'm always, if I'm going to watch something with commentary, it's going to be a movie that I already watched because I'm going to want to be able to hear the movie, and then that's why the commentaries I've watched in the past tend to be for movies that I really, really enjoy that I'm going to watch multiple times.
Yeah.
Like I'm into collecting 4Ks, but I'm just being honest. I still collect a lot of DVDs, and my player actually upscales everything.
Yeah, me too.
So that's what I've heard.
Yeah, it's my Blu-ray player. I have a good Blu-ray player that does that.
Yeah. So in ways you don't really need to spend all that money for all these 4Ks unless you get a good deal.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I've started, and I've mentioned this in a few streams now. I've started, like, if I'm going to get like a new release at like Walmart or whatever, and there's like a Blu-ray and a DVD, and the Blu-ray is like quite a bit more, and they have the same amount of. There's nothing really extra on the Blu-ray than there is on the DVD. I've been trying to just buy the DVD unless it's like a movie I absolutely like am in love with.
Me too.
Because it's like, why am I spending $5, $7, $10 more on a Blu-ray if I can just get the damn DVD, which has everything on it anyway?
Yep.
Because
that's
now
cemetery.
So now you can basically get 3 for the price of 2 if you're looking at it like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
again,
it's the whole quantity over quality thing. And I mean, how many movies? What if Blu-ray never came out? What if 4K never came out? I watched VHS tapes for years and I was fine with it. I'm fine with DVD. Again, if it's like
me too.
If it's like a movie that I love, then yeah, I'll probably get the Blu-ray. But or if it's like a movie I love, maybe I'll buy the DVD at first and I'll wait, and then I'll find the Blu-ray eventually down the line at like a thrift store and upgrade.
Right.
But I can't keep going crazy over that. Oh, I'm gonna go spend $30 on this Blu-ray when I can get the DVD for sometimes half the price or $10 cheaper even.
Well,
they're going up too.
Well, the thing is too, with everything so expensive, DVDs are still probably the best choice in ways because of you go out to Walmart, you can get a brand new one for what, $5?
Yeah, and DVDs are still the top selling physical media format.
Right. And not everything has a Blu-ray release anyway. Still to this day. So
yeah, I mean DVD still outsells Blu-ray. It outsells 4K. So it's like one of those formats that like will not die. There are just more people that are still buying DVDs.
Yeah, Kenny, like it took forever to get a True Lies like 4K Blu-ray. It God.
What's the problem with the 4K? Is it the picture quality?
It's something with that. It's people are complaining about it. I don't know. I don't even have it yet. So
it took me forever to get a DVD of that.
Same here.
I had to buy it on I think it was an Arnold Schwarzenegger 3-pack.
That is one of my favorite, like not only James Cameron films, but Schwarzenegger. I mean, it's really good.
Yeah. True Lies is a good movie. And Jamie Lee Curtis never looked better.
Oh, God.
I know. My God. Yep.
So what have you guys watched recently that you might want to recommend to people who might not have seen?
All right.
Jason's got his notebook out.
Yeah, I got my notebook First one I want to talk about is Camp Blood 666 Part 2. No, I'm just kidding.
What I was gonna say, what?
No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. That was a struggle to get through.
Child of the Corn says he just bought the I Know What You Did Last Summer DVD box set 5 minutes ago. Yep. Physical media matters.
Oh, the one
There
from
you go.
88 Films?
He said DVD box set, so
Oh, DVD box set. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope,
Nope.
not at all. All three of those movies are good.
Yeah.
Why don't you go first, Rob?
Okay. Movies that I recommend.
that you've watched recently, say over the last
That I
couple
watched
weeks.
recently.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen It Stains the Sands Red?
Yes, loved it.
That movie blew me away.
Me too.
I honestly had that in my collection for the longest time and just never got around to doing it or to watching it. So that was really good.
Yeah.
But another one is Habitat. I'm not sure if you guys
are familiar.
It's yeah, I forgot who was in that one.
Does it have like a monster on the front or like a gorilla sort of creature?
No, it's like a woman. Okay, if you imagine like Medusa, it's like a woman with she's surrounded by like leaves and it almost reminds me of Camilla from The Guardian.
Okay.
A little bit. That's a good one. I don't remember what year it came out though.
Yep, May the 4th. Royce just watched Night of the Demon, 1957, for the first time.
Really?
We covered that recently for
the first time. Okay.
We just covered that recently for controversial view, so that's pretty cool.
Interesting.
Nice.
Habitat. I have never seen this around.
Yeah, it's 96. 1996. Yeah.
Yeah,
It looks badass.
Yeah, definitely check that one out. That was a good one.
Huh.
That's pretty much. I mean, of course, I watched both Firestarters, but
yeah.
But,
yeah.
All right, Jason, what do you got?
Well, the first one I want to mention is one that you and I covered and watched that you had me get was Poor Things.
Okay.
Not exactly a recent watch. Well, it was kind of.
It was last month. It was last month.
Yeah. That movie completely blew me away. I was not expecting to like it as much as I did, and for a completely different reason. I don't want to take yours. I don't want to take yours. I'll let you go with that one because I know what you're thinking, Joe.
Me?
Yes. Because we watched it. I watched it the other night by myself.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to recommend that.
Yeah. The Black Room blew me away. I had never seen that one. That just came out on Vinegar Syndrome, and it is Video Nasty.
Video Nasty, yep.
I was really surprised with that movie. I wasn't sure what to expect, and honestly, I thought it was pretty fun.
What year was that? That one?
82.
Yeah, it's 82, God, I think.
I've never seen 83. That. Okay.
And we'll round it out with Well, I'm not going to use a Camp Blood movie.
I still have to.
Child of the Corn asks, who's better looking, Jamie Lee in True Lies or Sharon Stone in The Specialist?
Jamie Lee in True Lies. I've always been partial to her, so that's just me.
You know what I'm going to say? Jamie Lee in Love Letters. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Because you'll see more of her.
I'll say Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
How about I'll go with Haze from it's a Japanese film from I don't know if I can pronounce the guy's name. Tsukamoto, the guy that did the Tetsuo movies. Yes, yeah. That movie really made me incredibly uncomfortable.
What's it called again? Haze, you said?
Haze, yeah. And the only way you can get it is on that box set. It's like an extra movie on there.
Okay.
Well, excuse us.
I still have to see Poor Things. I have to see it.
So good. You bought it though, didn't you?
I didn't buy it yet. I asked Joe. I'm like, should I buy it? And then he's like, well, you should probably see it.
It's a tough one to recommend.
It's a hard one to recommend. Like I said,
Yeah.
if I think it's worth it for the reason Emma Stone alone for what we talked about. Because I don't think we can exaggerate how often she's naked in that movie.
Pretty much.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful thriller. Yeah. Definitely.
You convinced me. All right.
All right. For me, I'm going to start with
Faceless. Yes.
What?
He recommend Faceless. I love that movie.
Oh yeah.
My first recommendation I'm going to go with is actually going to be Beast. With Idris Elba.
Yes, I loved it.
So
loved that movie.
I thought that was awesome. That was so good.
Yeah.
I feel like it's underrated in a way. I feel like that was one of those movies that kind of came and went.
Yep.
And
Quick.
I think it was really well done. Super suspenseful.
Yeah.
Like the cast. Idris Elba was great in it.
Yeah, that movie kind of flew under the radar.
It definitely did, yeah. But my biggest recommendation is, and it's a couple years old now, this movie, but I just got blown away by it the other day. And I made Jason watch it. I was like, you have to watch this.
Pretty much.
And I told him, like, do not get distracted. Like, make sure you just watch it. Like, immerse yourself. And that is Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, holy hell. I mean, I haven't had that much anxiety watching a movie from start to finish in a long time.
It's pretty intense.
Like, would you say that that's probably his most well acted film? Like,
no.
I mean, it's to me.
I would say that between that and
Reign Over
Me.
Yeah, Reign Over Me is a really rough movie.
I agree. Yeah.
But I mean, it's hard to compare because Reign Over Me, he's such a sympathetic character.
Yeah.
In Uncut Gems, he's like this jerk, but at the same time, you don't want anything to happen to him.
For him.
Exactly.
You know, so yeah, I mean, he was fantastic. Just the movie itself, I just was not expecting it to be so stressful. I mean, there were things happening in it. I was sitting there, I was like, am I breathing right now? Did my heart stop? Like, I had to like remind myself to like catch my breath because I'm sitting there watching it like so fully immersed in it. Like, my God, this is so good.
Yeah, I love it when a movie has that effect. It's great.
Edge of your seat the whole time.
And that friggin' ending, which I don't want to spoil, but my God.
Yeah.
But it was funny because Jason and I were talking about it, and just saying how we were curious about seeing it. My son had been talking about it for a while too because he's a big Adam Sandler fan, and he was curious about it. And like the next day, I went to this store near me that has like
Bastard.
It has the biggest selection of movies in the tri-state area. So chances are I always find what I'm looking for, at least within the first couple of visits. It might not be the first visit, but over time. And I walked in there, and there it was, brand new, still sealed, Blu-ray, and everything in the store is $2.
Yeah.
So I was literally in there. I was like, well, even if I find nothing else today, I'm coming out of here with exactly what I wanted. So I'm good.
I want to see Jagged Edge pretty bad.
Dude, if I walked in there, my wallet would be empty.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And my cart will be full.
That's a problem for me. Man.
The first couple of times I went there, I mean, I left with like a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
Like, I'm being honest, like around me, there's not many thrift shops, but Goodwill, I tell you, I have probably one of the best, and because it's always stocked with stuff and it's always $1 a piece. So if you find a box set that has, let's say, 4 movies, they count that as $1.
Yeah.
As one. Yeah. So you're getting, more than you bargained for, honestly. It's
that's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten like complete series sets for like $4 at Goodwill because it's like this, like they just don't price it like accordingly. So I'm not complaining, but it's like, you have like an 8-season TV show for $4. It's like, yep, thank you. Yeah. Don't even care if I've never seen the show before. If I'm getting the complete series for that price, I'm getting.
Yeah.
Little Nicky, Basket Case, Phantom of the Mall. There's some really good ones on here.
Oh yeah.
Dolls, Audrey Rose, Edge of Sanity.
Yeah.
Audrey Rose was always a one for me that I always liked it. but it's not one I return to very often because it's kind of slow paced. But I do like it.
Yeah.
Basket Case is so fun.
Oh, it's such a good movie.
So fun.
Oh, that was the one thing I wanted to point out too. You said slow pace. That was one of the things with Uncut Gems too. Uncut Gems is like 2 hours and 15 minutes long. So
Yes.
typically I see a runtime like that and I'm like, but my God, it flew by. I mean, it's like incredible how fast that movie went. And
Ooh,
that's a huge thing for me because, you know, pacing's a big deal in my mind.
I want to recommend Shin Godzilla. Speaking of the 2 hour time limit,
Oh
Shin
yeah.
Godzilla was fun.
Yes.
Very different.
Yeah, it's kind of a different take, but it was cool.
Blood and Black Lace, love it.
We'll be watching that soon for Bravo.
Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait to watch that one. So, has anybody noticed? I know Joe has. Anyone else noticed that the Criterion has gone up to like in the 30s now?
30.
They used to be, they used to be like $27.
I'm gonna say it's even more than that now. Sometimes some of the releases.
32 and 36 for like normal releases.
Yeah, well now the thing is too, they're doing the 4K releases. Those things are like through the roof.
Yeah, but I mean they're going. I think 27 is kind of too much.
That's a little bit over.
Yeah,
that's
my. And now they're in the 30s for like their standard releases.
Yep.
So I'm kind of disappointed in that. I've noticed that Scream Factory's gone up a little bit.
It's funny though. It's funny though with Criterion because even back when it was like just the DVD format before there was Blu-ray and stuff, even back then, Criterion was always like $10 more than like other companies, and you sort of like, oh my God, this is so expensive. But back then, it was barely anything compared to what it is now. So it's just funny how they were always had like a higher price because I remember at the time, you know, there'd be like say like a Paramount release of a movie that would be like $10. Or you could get the Criterion for like 25. So it was just it's always they've always been more expensive, but now it's even more so, you know, because of, you know, Blu-ray and 4K and whatever else. It's crazy. Like Uncut Gems is an example of that. I found the A24 release. Yeah. And there's a Criterion release too, which is like, you know, $15 more. I mean, it's nuts.
I think it's like 36. I looked it up the other day because after I watched it, of course,
so
I was
even
like,
more than
I remember when Arrow Video used to be about $30. Now they're pretty decently priced.
Yeah.
Vestron was another one. They were super expensive when they first came out, and now they finally got the price under control.
I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can go from $29 for a Blu-ray that has
like 10 now,
a buttload of special features to $12 and still have the same special features.
Yeah, they must have cut some kind of deal.
The funniest part about it is the ones that were before are still that price, and the ones that are now are still that price. It's like they're not offsetting it all, and I think that's just a weird way to do things.
Yeah, like a lot of the new Vestrons are like 12 something at Walmart.
Yeah,
but then if you find, because they're all numbered, they all have numbers. Yeah. If you find like the first I don't know, the first 10 that were ever released, they are so expensive.
Yeah.
So it's
I don't understand that. I really don't. You'd figure that maybe the other ones would come down since they kind of set the price lower for their new stuff.
Like I think I'm missing like number 5 and 6. Otherwise, I have every single Vestron release.
5 and 6 is one of those Warlock.
I have Warlock. I think one of them's the Gate. I could be wrong.
I
think that was an early one.
Yeah. But that's a good series. I like. I don't know. I like the way they do things at Vestron. The way the slip covers look. The way, you know, all the special features. They clean them up really nice. I think it's
especially now for the price. Like another
for the price, yes.
Like a company that's a little bit higher, but like I think is worth it is Vinegar Syndrome, especially when they're on sale. Because Vinegar Syndrome, I mean, I usually ordered from them directly when I want something because they're not far from me, so I get them fast. Number one, and number two, they have great customer service. So on the rare occasion, and I've only had like one issue with them like ever, but on the rare occasion I've seen people on Facebook, whatever, if they have like even if it's like a dinged up slip cover, like they just send them an email and they send one out free. They send like a free replacement. So like they're really good about stuff like that, which so I kind of like that peace of mind getting stuff from them, and they have good quality control with that. I mean, their slip covers are like super thick. They're like, you know, they're very rugged, as opposed to like other companies' slip covers that tend to get banged up in transit or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, on the Vinegar Syndrome front, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Culture Shock is, I don't know if they're going out on their own, but they're leaving Vinegar Syndrome as a partner. So all their stuff is going out of print, which hence is why I got the Ripper, the Night Ripper. Yep. And I got Death Magic too, but I'm going to order some of their other stuff.
Texas Horror. Are you talking about the pack with the dogs? If so, I like that movie.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Well, see, this goes back to being a collector, and what the company that I'm going to name, Severin, is that's one I feel for the collectors, because they are always coming out with limited edition slipcovers that are only made for that specific, you know, from Severin. So that's, again, I feel like that's for the collectors. But as far as like the quality of those movies go, I don't think it's the greatest, because some of them are old and grainy, you know, kind of obscure films. So, but I still love the collector's edge that they provide with that. It's just, I have tons of Severin films. I mean, it's just tons. And Hamilton Book is also a good place to get those.
Severins?
Yeah, there's a bunch of Severins on Hamilton Book.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You know, the ones that they put out recently, they put out Cemetery Man, they put out the Sect, and did they put out the Church too?
The Church, I don't think so yet. I don't think they have yet.
Because I know that Scorpion put out all those initially, and I know that Severin's doing them now. I'm kind of curious of what they didn't put out Cemetery Man.
Yeah, that was Anchor Bay. And
Anchor Bay and the yellow, what the fuck are they called? They're overseas.
Yeah, that was the thing, because a lot of the people in the U.S. they're not region free.
Right.
The Cemetery Man was a huge release. I remember people talking about it when Severin did it, because Anchor Bay was only in print not that long. I mean, that DVD was kind of out, and then it was out of print before you knew it. So a lot of people didn't get a chance at it the first time around. So it sort of reminds me of like Cheerleader Camp, which for some reason is still not on Blu-ray.
Bastard.
Like Cheerleader Camp came out on Anchor Bay, and then it was out of print fast, and now everybody wants Cheerleader Camp, but nobody's releasing
I wanted it for years and I've never found it.
Yeah, that's
damn thing.
That'd be one to get for sure.
I got mine at Borders back in the day.
Oh man, I remember Borders.
The Shameless, one of the other reasons why people also like it is because it's got the cover with the perfect tit girl.
Yeah.
Borders is where I got that's where I got the Day of the Dead DVD, you know, with Bub on the cover.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can peel it back, and I remember getting that at Borders.
I got so many Anchor Bays at Borders back in the day. They had such a great selection.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All those places, Be Below, Borders. Who the hell else do we have up here?
Rosewood Lane. I've never heard of that.
With Rose McGowan.
Yeah, it's Victor Salva. Yeah.
Oh.
Who saw that?
Mark asked what our thoughts on Rosewood Lane. He recently
I liked it. I mean, it is what it is. It's a kind of like Mikey, and it's kind of like what's that other one? The Stepson? No, Mikey and the Paperboy. Yeah, kind of like those type of movies. It wasn't bad.
Lynn Shay's in that one too.
Yeah, Kenny Scorpion is good.
Yeah, I like Scorpion. They're just so hard to find now.
They are.
I know you got a bunch of them from Hamilton Book.
Yeah.
I was looking and I was like, ooh, I might have to.
Like I said, oh my God, it's $4.95. I better get it. It's Scorpion.
I know. Banana Bill is no longer around, so you got to grab him up while you can. He's not going to be finding him underneath his son-in-law's bed anymore.
Yeah.
That still killed me. Hey, I found 60 of the octagon under my son-in-law's bed. Okay. That makes sense. Good old Banana Bill. Oh, I meant to tell you, Joe. Full Moon has a new Wynorski movie out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it might apply. It's not. I don't know if it's technically considered a massacre movie, but I know it's called Murder Bots.
Oh yeah.
It's a 45-minute movie, and actually, the girl that we were watching, and this is why I know this, I was kind of doing a deep dive while we were watching the movie we were watching. The one that never got undressed, the cock blocking Saurus.
Oh yeah.
She's in that, and she plays the same character she played in Sorority House Massacre 2.
Really?
Yeah, same character. It was either Sorority House Massacre 2 or Hard to Die. I can't remember. Same name, so I don't know. It's on a Full Moon site. They don't have it for sale yet.
Okay.
But I have Full Moon until I think November, so I think I'm going to go ahead and watch it soon.
Murderbot.
It's either Well, it goes under two names: Murderbot or
I'm looking at it here. Murderbot has Melissa Brissell in it. So
yes, and she plays. She has the same character name.
Raquel.
Lawler.
Raquel is her name.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if it actually applies, but after the debacle that was the other night, I figured I might as well research it a little bit better. So, but yeah, I got to get back into buying from Hamilton Book when I get a chance. Maybe I'll. You know anything about TerrorVision? The one that just came out, Rob?
Are you talking about the double?
Company.
Oh, TerrorVision. Okay.
There have been things that I've been kind of curious about. I mean, I know I bought from them. I bought Cannibal Campout, the Attack of the Killer Refrigerator, and Shrigala, which was the Indonesian Friday the 13th. Yeah. But they do have slashers. I don't know if you know about this, Joe. They have slashers, and it has several cuts of the film.
The Fangoria slashers?
Yes. I like that movie a lot. And they also put out Wood Chipper Massacre. Yeah. Which I don't know. And they're putting out Nail Gun Massacre, and I need that for my collection. I need Nail Gun. It's not a great movie, but it's a slasher movie, and I like it. So they also put out President's Day. Yeah.
I noticed Hamilton Book has some Visual Vengeance.
Nice. Are they cheaper?
That I don't know. I don't think I've ever. I think I may have visited the site once. Yeah. But I don't know. Joe would probably know more than me.
They usually go for about $22 to $28 on Amazon for a Blu-ray for them. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I love those releases though. I love how they always have something extra in them. Like
Nail Gun Massacre. I gotta get it, man.
The cover arts are so cool.
And they have it's like they have so many covers because they have the slip cover, then they have the reversible cover art, and then they always have like a poster with it. They always have something extra, like
that's
whatever it might be, money. like a keychain or like a freaking
yep.
One of them had like the priest cloth. Remember?
Yeah.
There's like all these different things that come with it, which I love. I mean, they put a lot of lot of work into those releases. So.
Like I'm
Rental
really
card.
I'm really anal about that. Like I love if you have reversible artwork, I always reverse the artwork on the case, and then the slipcover has the new artwork. So it's
exactly.
like,
So you have both. The
yeah,
best of
you have
both worlds.
both.
Mhm.
Now, if it doesn't end up that way, I'm kind of like, well, it needs to be that way.
So Death Magic has the slipcover. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
they normally don't come with the slipcovers from Amazon, but then it has the regular cover, and
Yep.
the other one is there's a minute difference, but this is exactly like the slipcover. This, however, is more of a close-up, so I
That's
changed
the
it.
I have the VHS. That's like the VHS cover.
Have you ever seen it, Joe?
Yeah.
It's pretty fun.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Do you ever get so when you order from Amazon, like what would you say percentage wise? How many times were you left without a slipcover?
As far as like Vinegar Syndrome,
No, like any release, like anything you get.
it depends on what it is.
It's tough, yeah.
It's weird because if you're talking about Scream Factory, I'd say it's like 50-50.
Yeah.
But Severin, when they started putting out slipcovers for like Don't Go in the House, because I'm an asshole and I bought that one too. And what was the other one? Delirium?
Yeah.
That came with a slipcover as well from there. And I wasn't expecting that because normally you don't get slipcovers from Amazon for Vinegar Syndrome and Severin and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Texas
Yeah.
Horror, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2. If you're asking about physical, I have no idea. I don't think it was announced.
It's not announced yet.
Yeah.
But obviously the movie itself came out. I watched it when it came out.
Yeah, I was crying when he said I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to watch it so bad.
The Anthony Hopkins Filler Magic is
pretty awesome.
Severely
Jason
underrated.
hates magic.
Oh, yeah.
Don't mention that movie.
Yeah, dude, like for me with slipcovers, I always have a problem with Best Buy. Like for some reason, Best Buy always screws me out of slipcovers whenever I would order from them.
Well, I can tell you, you're really not going to get slipcovers from them now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
True.
if you want to compare, like, it's so funny. Hamilton book, I thought would never. Because when you look at the actual case on the site, it looks like there's no slipcover. When you get it, it's like, what?
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes.
That happens to me a lot on there. But Amazon, I've always had good luck with them for some reason. But Best Buy always screwed me over with slipcovers. And I know it's not a big deal to some, but I love a slipcover. I don't know. It's just,
if you're supposed to get one and you don't, that's when I have a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, don't advertise it with a slipcover if it doesn't come with one.
Yeah.
Most sites will tell you that either does or does not include slipcover. I believe on Amazon for Vinegar Syndrome releases, they say this does not include a slipcover.
Exactly. Yeah. I will say this. I wish slipcovers were never a thing to begin with.
Me too.
Yeah.
Because what happens is, like I said, I try not to be like, I try not to go crazy about slipcovers. If I get one, fine. If it's a little bit damaged, whatever. But if I get one and it is damaged, I get kind of pissed because it's like, well, what the hell?
Dude.
So I mean, like if I go to Walmart, I'm clearly picking the copy that has the best condition one. Because,
me too.
I mean, what the hell? If I'm gonna pay for it, I may as well get the best one available.
I look like a dumbass sitting there with a handful of the same movie. Looking at it, like
I pull up the whole damn stack. I have them all in my hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
But at the same time, it's like if they never existed, then I wouldn't have to deal with that. It's like one extra thing to be OCD about.
Yeah.
So I almost wish there just weren't slipcovers to begin with, and then they wouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, you have the associates looking at you like, I just put them damn things
exactly.
on the shelf.
I mean, I sometimes like I'll get one right, and the slipcover is perfect, but then I'll pull like the case out, and then underneath the case is damaged. So I was like, son of a bitch. Then I gotta swap them with like the best case with the best fucking slipcover. It's like it never ends.
Dude, I hate when, especially Walmart does this, when they put them in those plastic.
Yeah.
You know, they got to open them at the register, and then the slipcover's all dented. I'm like, fuck.
Well, the worst is when these those like the spider security things. You know what I mean? Like with the wire.
Yeah, those things like crush the.
And every single one would have like the crush mark on all four sides. So it was like
dented.
I get it.
Dented.
Yeah, I OCD as a collector is really hard.
It sucks, man.
It's hard.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, our theme for tonight, I was asking Joe whether I should leave the slipcover on for a fire starter or take it off, because this is what most people know it as. So I took it off because people might not know.
Here's a question for you guys and for the group. When it comes to like collecting and OCD and stuff like that in physical media, what would you say that some of the things that bug you the most? Like some things that if there's something wrong with your disc or cover or whatever it might be, like what are the things that really get you like to the like I'm so OCD, and I know Jason, you're this way too. If I have like a copy of a movie that's sort of damaged and I'm watching it, it actually decreases my enjoyment of the movie because my mind is stuck on the damage of that particular item. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't like this movie as much right now. And then I can get like a brand new copy and I'm like, oh my God, I like this so much more. And it's like, it literally affects how I feel about a movie. So if I'm like ranking something or if I'm doing a review, I have to be sure that I'm watching a good copy, because if not, it's gonna literally ruin it for me.
I agree, Texas Horror.
One of my things, if I get a movie and the disc is loose inside, screw that.
That was mine. That was going to be mine, because I like tear the place apart. I'll tear it apart.
What about what about the security stickers? I hate. I'm sorry. I hate.
Yeah.
They don't do it much anymore, but when they used to,
it's gone down a lot.
When they used to do all three sides, they used to do the top, the side, and then the bottom security stickers.
But the worst was when the artwork would be poking up, so then the security sticker would be stuck to the art.
Yeah, and then you rip it.
And then you have like that big white strip right across the top.
You're giving me anxiety.
Oh my God, dude.
You're giving me anxiety. I opened up one last week that's been sitting in my collection for a long time. I can't remember what it was, and it fucking ripped it right off. I was like, oh my God.
I mean, here I am bitching about that when there's like hunger and like wars.
I know. I did myself the same thing. I'm like, you know what? This is horrible. There are people who can't even afford to buy DVDs.
Yeah.
And here we are. I mean, these are first world problems.
Yeah.
You know, we're sitting here complaining, but it's like a mental illness. I mean, that's our own version of a mental illness. Like we have OCD with that stuff. I mean, I can't help that.
They might have a special room for us at the clinic.
I hate that. I also hate like the you have like the eco cases and like they have like puncture wounds in the artwork.
Oh.
So because like there's no plastic protecting it inside because of the eco cases, like the artwork has like the tears in it where someone like pushed into it. You know what I mean?
It punctures.
Yeah, the puncture wounds.
Yeah.
And then especially like when you order something from Amazon, then it arrives and you like, not only is there a puncture wound, but now the disc is loose, and now it's like a double whammy. It's like, screw you with these freaking eco cases.
The best one. The best one is when there's a puncture, but the fucking plastic's fine. How did you manage that?
It's like, how did that happen?
Yeah. Do you ever how about this? Do you ever get box cutter cuts?
Oh
yeah.
Best Buy used to do that a lot, I would notice.
Yeah. Bastards.
Like a lot of it, like there were times I went to Best Buy to get like a certain movie specifically, and like every single one on the shelf would have like the razor mark.
Yep.
And I'm crazy enough where I would say, well, I guess I'm going to another Best Buy, because I mean, do your job right. I mean, it's common sense.
I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you guys have a Big Lots, but Big Lots does it all the time.
Yeah, they do.
It just there's so much that drives me crazy when it comes to
dented steel books. That's another one.
Oh God,
that's a reason why I'm not a huge fan of steel books. I like how they look, but like as far as collecting them, it's too much anxiety.
I wish I hated steel books. I can't help it.
Like for example, like all right, so like Scream 5 and Scream 6, I love those movies. I had to have the steel books, but I mean, I'm fortunate. As far as I know, I've never noticed any damage on them. But like someday, if one day, you know, like a year from now, I'm looking at it and I see like a dent, I'm gonna be like, you motherfucker. Like, where did this come from?
Yes. That's why I got the other Scream, because I was like afraid to keep taking the fucking Scream 5.
I'm so afraid to put steelbooks on the shelf because when they're rubbing up against
Yes.
another,
Yeah, they rub up.
it might dent it.
I know.
Yep.
Why are we nuts like this?
I,
It's crazy.
I
It
need
is.
some medication for it. Oh my
It's
god!
all the obviously we're in a stream called Physical Media Matters, and Jason and I,
Yeah.
we really push how much we love physical media, but you know how many times Jason and I will be watching something and we'll find like a damaged copy of something in our collection, and we'll be like, "Fuck physical media."
I'll take a match to the whole fucking thing.
It completely ruins our day.
Burn it down. Burn it down. Oh my god.
Do you know how like ridiculous it is?
Yeah.
Or like you go to like watch a movie you haven't watched yet, and it'll, like, is that a crack in the disc? Is the hub of the disc cracked?
Oh my god.
Yeah, then you're in a bad mood after that.
Oh my god. Aswang, right? We did Aswang for.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. First of all, it's out of print, really hard to find now. I opened up a fucking movie to put it in, and the disc was cracked. I was like, "You motherfucker!"
Oh.
Fortunately. Well, two fortunately. Fortunately, we got through it and it didn't break it anymore. But also, Joe was kind enough to send me a VHS of it. So now I have the movie, even though that piece of shit DVD is still cracked.
Well, with VHS, at least with VHS you can fix it.
Yeah. I did that one with Dick Tracy.
You want to hear a funny story? This is when Jason and I were we were first starting getting close. We were chatting a little bit more and stuff. So this was years ago, and I was watching a DVD for the Australian slasher Dangerous Game, and I'm watching it. And at one point in the DVD, it almost looks like the DVD malfunctions because like this weird like pixelation or whatever, and it kind of slows down and stuff like that, right? So I'm sitting there like, son of a bitch, is there something wrong with my DVD? I knew he had it. So I messaged him. I'm like, hey, buddy, can you do me a favor? Can you get your DVD of Dangerous Game? Can you put it in? And can you go to this timestamp and tell me if this does this? And he did it. And thankfully, it's just a manufacturing thing. Like, it wasn't just my copy. Like, all of the DVDs are like that.
Oh, God.
But honestly, if I couldn't go to him and ask him to do that, I would have been sitting there in a freaking panic until I got a new copy. I would have ended up buying a new copy for nothing because then I would have watched it and I would have done the same damn thing.
Yep.
So it was like one of those moments where I realized, all right, he's going to understand me. He knows this neuroses. This is good.
Yep, that's for sure.
The rest is history.
I've been there so many times.
Oh man.
Yeah. We got problems.
But it's nice to talk about it because I get stressed about this.
I do
too. And I can't help it.
It's stressful. It is.
Yeah.
And here I am with 30, 40,000 movies in my collection, and I'm sitting here stressed over a freaking one cracked disc.
Yep.
But I can't help it.
I know. It's like, what if I need that movie for something, or what if I need to watch it for this? That was like the surgeon. Yeah. The surgeon was cracked too.
Which one?
The surgeon.
Oh yeah.
Lucky enough, I found another one.
Yeah.
Well, especially if you have more than one copy of a certain movie, and then one of those copies goes bad, I'd still freak out.
It still bugs me.
Yeah.
It still bugs me
too.
Yeah.
Well, Joe just actually kind of helped me solve one of my problems. I have this thing, Joe can tell you, that I will not put a movie in my collection unless I have watched it, and it is perfectly fine. So, like an asshole, I went to a thrift shop, and I bought Alien and Aliens on DVD, even though I have the Blu-ray. I have this set. And I have that one. Yeah. All these things, right? But I bought another one, and here I'm worried about watching it again so I can put it in my collection. And he's talking to me. He's like, why are you doing that? I was like, well, what if something's wrong with it and I go to play it? And he was like, well, don't you have another one? I was like, yeah. I said, well, you can always play the one that you have and just keep the other one. You know what I mean? And it kind of made sense the way he said it. I don't know how exactly he said it, but I was like,
it's one of those things where, because it's one of those things where, are you ever going to watch every copy of, say, a movie if you have like 10 copies, right? So my point was, unless you can visually see the crack or the scratch, okay? If you have, even if it's only one copy that you know for a fact works, sometimes if you don't know, it can't hurt you.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
don't go tempting yourself. You're putting in this copy of Alien that you didn't need in the first place. And now you're going to watch it, and there's going to be like a part where it skips. And now you're going to be like, now we need to get this exact same release to feel better. But you already have 5 other editions. So maybe if you just don't know, I mean, then could be perfectly fine. But
if there is back the other night on Mr. Dan's thing where he did this physical media haul, I see there's 2 exact copies up there. I'm like, oh my God, what if there's something wrong with them? But then I kind of talked myself down. So,
and then I also, like I said, I was like, if there is something wrong with it, I'm like, are you actually going to go out right now and buy this copy of Alien again?
Right.
And you're not, because you have multiple copies of it. So why give yourself the unnecessary stress? And believe me, I get it. I definitely do. But we can't stress any more than we already do, because it's not good for us.
We need a physical media therapist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why I decided to talk about this now, because it does help. It's like we know we're not alone in it, and we're also able to help each other in those situations. Like, again, The Danger Room was not a movie that a lot of people have, but I knew that he had it, so I was able to say, "Hey, can you check this for me?" And as he's checking it, I'm sitting here, my heart is like pounding, like, please say it's the same thing. Please say it's the same thing. Please say, had he come back and said, "Oh no, it's perfect," I'd be, son of a bitch, I gotta get another one, But it worked out that it was just happens to be the way that the disc was made. So I was like, okay, it's
right.
False alarm. We can breathe again.
Exactly.
But what I did today is even a better example. I have this Alpha, which Alpha doesn't necessarily make the greatest copies of stuff, but this is the one I watched when we watched Phantom of the Opera. And of course, we're gonna have to watch it again for something else. So I have this disc. This is the disc from that copy of Phantom of the Opera. Well, I also have this disc that I bought in some kind of a lot.
Okay.
So I put this disc in this thing because it's actually 3 minutes longer. I have it written down here somewhere. It's actually 3 minutes longer
because
than
there's like 3 different versions of that. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah,
and
that's why I did that.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I did that.
Another thing, and then there are things that how can I explain this? Things that aren't like deal breakers, obviously. Things that are like common occurrences with like a lot of copies of movies that they bug me, but it's not like I'm gonna get pissed, because there are a lot of discs that are just like that. And one of them for me, like again, it's like a minor thing that I'm not gonna like get a different copy or something like that, because I know it's something that's common. But I don't necessarily like when the disc art is off center on like a disc.
Oh yeah.
Like it just for some reason, like, you know what I mean? And I know that it doesn't, but like back in the early days of getting DVDs, I would always question, is that going to set off the balance of the disc in the player? And then it's going to start making noise or scratch the disc or something like that. And over the years, proven that doesn't happen, which is good. So now I'm better about it. But I used to be worse about that too, because it's like, God damn it, like this is way off center. Like, and sometimes to the point where there's almost like a white ring where there should be artwork, but because it's so off center, there's like extra, like you know what I mean, like the white, like not paper, but like, you know what I mean, what would be under, like blank canvas basically. And I don't, again, it's one of those things where it shouldn't bother me, but
it does.
I look at it, I'm like, what the hell, like there's a million copies out there, why did I have to get one that looks like this?
Yeah, I tell you,
I don't come across that too much anymore.
I'll tell you one thing, that going back to things that bother us, when you have a disc that you can't get out of it's like stuck, and then you feel like you're gonna break
it. I can't stand it.
You guys remember the Back to the Future trilogy on Blu-ray?
That is the worst packaged box that I have.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. They have instructions to actually remove it.
Yep.
Really?
There's instructions in it. Yeah.
Instructions.
It's like push down here, press to the left.
Why in the holy mother of fuck do you need instructions to
It's like stick your dick here. Like there's all these freaking instructions of how to get this thing out.
Just remove the damn disc. I mean, it should be easy.
I didn't know it was all that. I think I'm still rocking the DVD trilogy of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those trilogies that I have so many copies of.
I got it like the day it came out, that Blu-ray set at Best Buy, actually.
So did I.
And I remember taking it home and I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. And who was it that made a video? It was James Rolfe. Angry Video Game Nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a video. That video's hilarious.
Yeah, I remember watching that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, cases like this like that are hard to get out. Even some that are just in like regular plastic cases that are just so jammed in there, and you're trying to pull it and you feel like you're just gonna crack it. It's like like the ones that have like like the hard plastic like jewel kind of cases, and you got to like press down on the center.
Yeah, there's
and
like a push tab. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly the push tab, and you almost have to like pull the disc in one direction to get it out.
Yeah.
And it feels like the disc is going to snap in half.
Yes.
And or it feels like or it's like the hub is getting stuck, so you feel like you're going to crack it pulling it out.
Yeah.
Diamond was good for that. Diamond's really good for that.
Well, yeah, that's a good example of that. And what's frustrating to me is I'm someone who is like a perfectionist with like touching my discs.
Me
so
too.
like
you get fingerprints all over it. If you
there is absolutely no reason any of my copies that I buy new should ever get damaged because of how I handle my discs. So if I have to risk damaging something because of the way that it's packaged, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Like based on what I find at thrift stores, people don't take care of their collections.
No, they don't.
So if I'm a person who absolutely does and treats it like gold, like I don't want cases that are like that where I'm at risk for damaging something when I'm doing my absolute best to not do that.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be
I have a big problem with that too.
It shouldn't be that hard to just remove a disc. It just it just doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
Well, the better part is once it's in, you don't have to worry about it rattling around in the case.
That's
right.
Yeah,
because I got a big problem with that. Blu-ray is not so much.
Sometimes it's the opposite, where that hub is so tight that you're scared it's gonna get cracked from just sitting in there.
There's also hubs that are too loose, especially on like knob sets.
That's why I love the push tabs, because the push tabs, you don't even really have to push them that hard. Mm-hmm. It's just a light little push, and then it comes up. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely agree with you. Yeah, we got lots of problems.
Like I said, I can't help it. It is what it is.
It's nice to be able to let it all out, because if I talked about this to anyone in my family, to be like, what the hell?
Yep.
I hate buying a new DVD, and I always check, don't get me wrong, but like I hate finding like a new DVD on the shelf and say there's only one copy of a movie that I want, right? And then I'll go to look at it, and then another thing that bugs me about damage is like, how can I explain it? Like, so think of like a comic book, like the spine being like cracked.
Yep.
Like sometimes it's like that on like a DVD, and like when it's in a thrift store or something, whatever. But like if it's a brand new DVD on the shelf and like the spine is already cracked and like bent, like if someone like grabbed it and like bent the thing in two, it's like, how did this get like this? Yeah. And if I'm buying it new, I'm not going to buy it like that, because I'm going to buy it somewhere else and get it like in new condition. Again, if I'm getting it at a thrift store, that's one thing, whatever. I'm paying a couple bucks for it.
Yeah.
But like the fact that nobody has ever touched this before, how did it get so damaged already?
They don't care. They really don't.
What do you guys think about, you remember those DVDs used to have them, those little extra security tabs? You know, when you would close the case, then they have these little
on the side?
Yeah, little tabs. You have to close those.
Like, why? What were they protecting?
Like, what is it not enough that the damn disc or the case closes already?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to, like, it already snaps twice. Now you have to snap it 4 times?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people just take those and rip them right off, but I can't. I can't bring myself to do that.
Nah, that's just more damage you're inflicting anyway.
Yep. Nah, I agree with that. Yeah. What is it? Physical Media Anonymous.
Yeah.
Yep.
He said, Mr. Car Productions, a weird thing is
Kenny,
not having hub or things to push to get a disc out.
Yeah.
Pulling a disc out of a paper cover. Yeah, that's
Oh, that's
yeah, the paper
why do they
sleeves.
do that?
Oh my God, that's another thing. Man, couple box sets I have, like the
yeah.
Indiana,
You have to like slide it in, and then you have to drag the disc across.
and in like
Yeah.
the cardboard sleeves or like
Ugh.
the paper sleeves. Oh God. Yeah.
Yep.
And
It's hard.
I remember there were a few boxes back in the day. I remember one of them was like the Shield, the complete set, where they were in sleeves like that, and they had like an issue with like the glue at the manufacturer.
Oh
So what
no.
was happening was the glue was hardening in like these little sharp specks. So when people were pulling it out, they weren't only scraping against the cardboard; it was scraping against this sharp glue, and people were literally pulling out these gouged discs from these brand new sets. So they had to literally recall the sets, and they had to send out replacements to everybody who bought the sets.
Wow.
And then all they did to replace it was give you like these little pieces of paper to put behind the discs when you slid it into the thing.
Trying to get it out is hard enough anyway. 'Cause you're going to put fingerprints on it anyway.
Yep.
And it's like, how else are you supposed to pull it out? It's just,
There's no way. You have to put your finger on it. Exactly.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, I don't
Bullshit.
like those either.
Unless you turn it upside down and start shaking it, it ain't going to come out.
Pisses me off.
Then you take a chance of missing it and then it hitting the floor.
Oh, forget it. I would
Yeah,
take it back. I would get rid of it right then and there. It'd be done.
Yep.
I'm done with it.
Just ruined my movie now.
I don't even care. I don't even care if it looks spotless. At some point in my mind, it's going to crack now because it hit the floor.
Yeah.
The impact was already felt. It's over.
Hell yeah.
You know what's funny though? I think about this stuff, right? I'm always buying stuff at thrift stores. We don't know what the hell those discs have gone through.
I know.
Yeah.
Someone could have like
true.
thrown it against a friggin' wall. We don't even know, and here we are, like all excited to find it.
It amazes me how people treat I don't understand. I mean, and this is no offense to anyone who does this, but I don't understand how they let kids handle discs and stuff like that because they don't know how to do it. If you teach them properly, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, what did they do? Take it out and scrape it along the parking lot? I mean,
Oh my
I
God.
just don't.
I know there are discs I find at thrift stores, and I'm like, what?
Oh
people,
shit! Yeah.
It's like someone took a fork to it and did it.
Yeah.
Like, what are
Dude,
you
yeah.
doing?
I find something at Goodwill. I'm like, oh my God, I found it. Then I look at the disc. I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm like, so I put it back, and I'm like, damn.
I hate that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, cracked discs are what really gets me because I know that's it. Like if I find a cracked disc, I'm 100% not buying it because it's only a matter of time. If a disc has some slight scratches, I might give it a chance, especially if it's cheap enough at a thrift store.
Yeah.
But cracked discs, forget it. There's no way it's coming home with me.
Well, I mean, again, it's not like VHS where you can fix it. It's wear and tear. It's just that's it. There's nothing.
That's it.
You can fix the scratches, but the cracks, it's like
nothing you can do.
No.
Oh, frustrating.
Yeah, that blows my mind. I think that's the only cracked disc I have left is the Aswan one.
That you think. I think you better go through every single disc right now.
God.
No, I usually check them. I'm most of the time check them.
I'm anal about that. I check them all the time.
I have to say this, and I don't want to scare anybody, but I check every single disc I get as well.
Mm-hmm.
But there have been rare occasions where I know a disc was perfectly fine, and all of a sudden it's cracked.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's happening here?
And disc rot's a whole nother topic for a different day.
Yeah, that's a huge. You could write a book on that.
Yeah, that really bothers me. Disc rot.
Yeah.
Fucking disc rot.
I hate when there are discs that are perfectly fine, they're brand new, but then they're like loud in the Blu-ray player because they're off balance somehow when they were made. Like they kind of you can kind of hear them rattle a little bit or just vibrate a little bit louder than normal.
Oh my God.
So it gets kind of distracting. I got
put
to say
a note on the inside of on the DVD.
What?
I put a note on the inside of the DVD.
Yeah, typically if that's the case, I'll end up buying another one when I find it.
Yeah.
I usually replace those because over time it is going to ruin the disc because it's not sitting as it's supposed to in the player.
Yep.
Kenny brought
100%.
up Kenny brought up the unfolding.
Oh my God, the Alien quadrilogy. Yeah,
perfect example.
I rolled the Alien quadrilogy. It's taller than me. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I know. When you get that thing all laid out, it's
Jesus, you need like the whole floor space to open all the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I got rid of mine.
It's funny to think now, like they probably would have just put them all in slim cases inside a box, but back then it was like this giant digipack.
I mean, it was a really cool set when it first came out, but then when you unfold it, I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah. I mean, it still is, because that was where you got your first look at the other
alternate cuts
of the films. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a pain in the ass, though.
It is.
Oh my God. Sometimes I wish I still had it. That's how freaking cracked I am. Huh. Never noticed how similar these covers were for Firestarter.
Yep.
Yeah,
so why don't we get into that while we have 10 people still here?
Yeah, we can do that.
So this month for our original or remake segment, we are going to be talking about Firestarter. So if you were here last month, I know some of you weren't. What we do is we have 5 categories where we compare an original film versus a remake. And basically we go through each of the 5 categories and we have to award 1 point to only one of the films. So one of the categories, for example, is setting and atmosphere. So out of the original and remake, we decide which one do we think had the better setting / atmosphere, and that movie gets the point. So only one of them can get the point for each category. And because there's 5 categories, there will always be a winner. So we ask you guys in the chat, please join in with us as we go through each category. Let us know your pick. Just write original or remake in the comments so we know which one.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to do Firestarter.
Yep.
And the first category we are going to do is cast, characters, and performances all in one. So why don't we start with you, Rob, since you're our special guest?
Indeed.
Okay.
Between the original and the remake of Firestarter, which do you think had the better casting, better characters, or better performance?
This was kind of hard. I'm not the biggest fan of Zac. I should rephrase that. I wasn't the biggest fan of Zac Efron until he started to do more serious roles.
Me too.
And I gotta say, he was amazing in the new one.
He was.
I love David Keith.
Me too.
In the original, I love him, but Zac Efron, I thought just topped that. And Drew Barrymore, I liked her, but she kind of seemed to me a little bit more wooden than Ryan Kira Armstrong, who played Charlie.
Yeah.
So for me, like I'm gonna say the remake for the first category. And like for the performances, like again, I thought Drew Barrymore was a little bit wooden. I thought the girl, the Ryan Armstrong or whatever, I think that's her name. She showed a lot of emotion, like in the whole film. Like when she was angry, when she was sad, I just felt like there was more there. So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say for that.
Yeah, you're right. Ryan Kira Armstrong.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Kira Armstrong. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Jason, what do you got?
This was the toughest category for me.
And again, people in the chat, please feel free to chime in as well.
I do like George C. Scott a lot in it. I think he's so damn creepy.
Yeah, he is.
Martin Sheen is really good in the original as well. But I have to go with the
remake.
I have to go with the remake because to me, Drew Barrymore is a little too whiny in it.
That too. Yeah.
And it's a little, it kind of grates on my nerves a little bit. Like at first it's not as bad, but then as it keeps going, I mean, I understand and she's convincing, but she's also whiny. So I got to go with the remake on that one. Joe, what do you got?
All right, I agree with you guys. I'm going with the remake. For the reasons that you mentioned. The only thing I'm going to add is the only thing that almost swayed me to the original was the one fault I have with the casting in the remake is they tried to go a little bit like let's recast a white male with a character that's not a white male just for the
Okay.
sake of doing it because
Yeah, I
it's
get it.
hip and we're new and it's modern and
Right.
Right.
listen,
makes
I have
sense,
no
yeah.
problem with that in an original film, but not
Mhm.
only are you remaking a movie, but you're also adapting a book where that
Yes.
character is already established in a specific way.
Right.
Yeah. I remember you telling me
Now
about
we
that.
can say the same thing about George C. Scott in the original
Yeah.
because he's supposed to be playing a Native American character.
Yeah.
So
Rainbird.
Right.
Yeah.
I get that too, but not only in the remake did they change the race, but they changed the gender of the character completely, and it does kind of change the dynamic a bit.
Yeah, it
So
does. You're right.
Right.
even still, I'm going with the remake because I do prefer the performances of these newer characters.
Mhm.
But I just wanted to add that because it wasn't perfect. It was close for me.
Yeah. It was close for me too, because like I
Yeah.
said, George C. Scott is incredibly creepy in that movie.
I mean,
He's just like
It was-
it's uncomfortable.
it was
Yeah,
close
it's
for
very
me because that's a film that I grew up with. I mean, the original 1984.
Me too.
So it's
Hey
it's
JK, yeah, guys in the chat, we're gonna get to some of these over the months in our stream.
Yeah.
But we're asking you to answer this question, like between the original Firestarter and between the remake Firestarter, which do you think had the best cast or characters or performances, however you want to look at it? That's for category 1. Because
Yeah.
we want to take like a count here, a tally, and see what's going to win.
So for three for three.
mm,
Yeah.
Us.
So
Yeah.
the remake so far.
Original, Texas Horror says original.
Yeah, but I think he might be answering Mark because Mark said Pet Cemetery
Okay.
original
Okay.
remake. That's why I'm saying if we stick. All right, so here we go. Firestarter
Original.
remake from Mark. Texas Horror saying original.
mhm.
Okay. Nice. And like I said, I don't really think there's a wrong answer.
Oh no,
no.
that's exactly.
They're
It's just a
both
matter of
good.
getting the just trying to see what the majority chooses here. We did this last month with Friday the 13th. So now
Exactly.
we're doing Firestarter. All right. Next category is setting or atmosphere, however you want to look at it. What do you got, Rob?
I'm gonna throw
Cajun
this
Dave,
one.
how you doing? He says remake for the characters.
I'm
Okay.
gonna throw this one to the original,
Okay.
only because it's it just feels like an 80s film. It has that vibe. It
does.
just I don't know. That's what I'm gonna go with. Nothing wrong with the remake as far as atmosphere and all that. It did its job, but I feel like the original does it better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jason?
While I liked I'm trying to think of the name of the group that she was going in. Do you remember it, Rob? Not the
The people who were doing the experiments. Yeah, I don't remember their names.
Kind of like a country club in a way, and I do like that
right.
about the original. But
Like,
I have to go with
the shop you're talking about, right? The shop.
Yeah, the shop. That's it.
Right.
I like believe it or not, because I'm usually in favor of other things, but I do like the technical setting because they were doing experiments and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I think it was a little bit more fitting for this movie than the original. So I'm going to go with the remake on that one.
Interesting.
Nice.
Joe?
This is another one that was close for me because I'm like stuck between atmosphere and setting because
Yes.
and that's why I put these together because you kind of have to make the decision. And like I prefer the shop in the remake and I prefer the time spent at the shop in the remake.
Me too.
Yep.
But I do Firestarter has never been a favorite, the original anyway for me, just because of some pacing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I do like the 80s feel, like Rob said. Like there's something about it that is like nostalgic for me. And it just I like that atmosphere. And I even add like the music to this category because we don't have a separate category for music.
Yes.
So the soundtrack kind of goes to this.
Especially that ending, that whole ending with the music, it is amazing.
Yeah.
In the original.
So I am gonna go with the original for this one.
Interesting.
Ever so slightly. Again, I think it's really, really close, but I'm gonna throw the original a bone for this category, and I'm gonna go with that for the atmosphere.
Like I said, I like the country club kind of feel to it. It almost feels like a retreat.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what it is anyway, but that's, I always like that part of it, but I don't know, it's just it seems more fitting in the remake for me. But
we got a lot of originals in the chat for this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's close though. I mean, it's, I agree
it is close.
It's close.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right. What's the next one?
For our next category, we have the storyline, the plot, twist, reveal, all those things that kind of come into play depending on the movie. So basically, like, and even though, there's originals and remakes, lots of times a remake will take a different turn or a different twist.
It does a few times in this one.
So the remake, it definitely has a different ending for sure.
So, Rob, what do you got?
I am going to say, I'm going to go with the remake on this. I liked the plot twist, so to say. I like how a certain character actually doesn't die.
Yeah.
In the remake where he does as in the original, but I feel like there's a chemistry between the main character Charlie and this other. I don't want to like ruin anything, but I just that whole connection there is great, and I just I don't know. I just think it was revealed to be better as far as if we're doing reveal and twist.
Yeah.
I just think it's better. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with remake.
Okay.
I am going to go with the remake as well. And what sealed it for me is a part that I know probably makes you uncomfortable is the cat.
Yeah.
And that was brutal, but it also showed the type of power she had. I mean, not that she didn't have it in the original, but the original was kind of all at one time, where this one is kind of gradual, and you're getting to see what she's all about. So I'm definitely going to go with the remake on that one.
Nice.
I'm also going with the remake for this.
Nice.
Same thing. You kind of see it develop more.
Yes,
which I like. And yeah, I just like I like the reveal better. I like the ending better.
Me too.
Yeah, it's this one really wasn't too close for me. I really like the remake for this one.
We got a remake. We have
2 remakes so far.
2 remakes, yeah. This is question 4, I think.
Next up, we have this one for me. I know it's not even a question. It's it's pacing and runtime.
Remake for me.
Yeah. Jason, same thing.
Remake. There's no question.
That is my number one flaw with the original is the pacing.
Too.
Right.
It's tough to get through.
I mean, it's gonna bother people that if you're not invested enough, there's certain things that happen in the original where it's kind of slow and you're just,
I think in the original they spend way too much time at the shop. Too much time.
Yeah.
It's they could have. And that's always been my thing with it, because I really enjoy the beginning when they're on the run. And
me too.
Once they get to the shop in the original, I kind of lose interest.
Drags.
And we timed this out when Jason and I watched it for one of the challenges. Mm-hmm. There's a good 45 minutes where like there's not a lot happening at the shop.
Right.
45 minutes. Like it takes almost like an hour until you start to get to the excitement again.
Yeah.
When it's like, okay, here we go. Now it's finally picking up again.
Yeah, because George C. Scott is developing his relationship.
Yeah, with I get it, but the remake manages to do it in such a shorter amount of time, and I just get in and they get out, and I like it.
It's in a shorter amount of time, but it's still so effective.
Exactly, they managed to do it successfully and effectively in a short amount of time.
Very much so,
which I like.
Yeah, very much so. Bottom line is, I've seen this probably maybe 4 times in my life since it's been out.
Mm-hmm.
This one I can throw in any time. I probably won't watch the original for years, probably.
That's the thing. I mean, after watching the remake, I mean, I got so excited that night we watched it, like how good
Yeah.
it was,
Me
because we
too.
really weren't expecting much. I mean, you know how
Nope.
people are, people trashing it originally, and we watched it and we were like, yeah, I'll probably like only watch this version of Firestarter going forward. Like,
Yeah.
there might be a time when I feel like getting nostalgic and watching the original,
Right.
but
Yeah.
for the most part, now if I feel like watching Firestarter, it's going to be the remake for me. I just prefer it as a film. I think it was done better.
Well, it's because of you guys that I actually, bought it and watched it because I mean, you guys intrigued me to check it out.
Yeah, we did Positive Spin. Yeah.
Because I heard nothing but negative about it. I'm like,
Me too. Me too.
So
we actually, I think both of us did. Both Joe and I picked it up on Black Friday.
Yeah, the Walmart.
Yeah. And we were just curious about it. I was like, you know what? This might be good for a Positive Spin because everybody kind of shits on the remake. So, why don't we watch it? If we don't like it, we don't like it. We'll still do a Positive Spin on it and, leave it go at that. But we were both pretty blown away.
I mean,
I kind of want to watch it again.
like I said, Zac Efron, I just couldn't believe he was
does
so
a great
good.
job, doesn't he?
He was so good.
We still got one category left here. So now it's the X Factor, and for those of you in the chat, that's basically anything that we haven't discussed already in the first four. So it could be a movie that has better gore or better kills, or you have a certain nostalgia for, or there's better gratuitous nudity. It could be anything in the movie that we haven't already discussed. That's just the X factor that puts it over the edge. So what do you got for this, Rob? And why? Like what is your X factor, and what is your movie, and what is your X factor?
Okay. I'm gonna go with so as far as I want to say kills, I think the kills are done better in the remake.
Yep.
And I'm gonna listen an example here. Okay, so Vicky. I feel like in the original, when she burns her hands, it doesn't do anything because she has those mitts on, and she's just like, oh, I'm okay. But in the remake, she burns her whole damn arm, both arms, and I'm like, holy shit! Like I felt so bad for Vicky.
Yeah.
The whole time in the remake, and then what ends up happening to her after that, I'm just like, holy crap. So there are things like that I feel like they go so far ahead in the remake compared to the original. And I'm talking about the kills too.
It's darker.
It's darker.
It darker.
That's a good word. Yes.
Yeah.
Darker.
Definitely darker.
But here's the thing. I keep going back to that last final moments in the original with Charlie going crazy.
Yeah.
They call it her beast mode, where she basically takes out everything. Everything burns. I think that was maybe done better in the original, but I have to say, as far as kills and let's say gore, all that stuff was way better in the remake. So I'm going to say, as far as everything, remake for me.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to actually say the exact same thing because I do like when I remember when Joe and I watched the original, I like the end. I like when where her hair's all blowing around and shit's on fire everywhere.
Yeah.
Drew Barrymore and everything. It's so epic, but I feel like you get more of that in the remake, and it's done better because, of course, we have technology and everything like that. Better technology, CG if it's warranted, and with the mom, I mean that's just a prime example. So I'm going to go with remake.
Yeah, Heather Locklear's hot. But
no doubt. And it was nice to see her. It was nice to see her in a movie.
Yeah.
So I do like her and everything, but overall, it's just the pacing. There's so many things that they did better in this one that it kind of the original is just like womp womp. You know what I mean?
So here's how I see it. To kind of piggyback off of what you guys are saying. Like I've always seen the original Firestarter as almost like a family friendly horror movie.
Yes.
Like. It's a movie you could watch with your kids, and they'd probably be okay.
It's got the it's got the campiness to it.
However, with the remake is a lot darker and has more disturbing things in it. Where I feel like if you have a kid watched the original and a kid watched the remake, they'd be more scared by the remake than they would be by the original.
100%.
So
yeah, I feel like they dive deeper into everyone's character.
Yeah. Now, I do have some nostalgia for the original, and I also have a connection.
Of course.
I also have a connection to it because when my wife and I got married on our honeymoon, we got married in October. So when we were on our honeymoon, AMC Fear Fest was on, and they always play the Stephen King marathon. So for like one day, like the one day that we decided to kind of just chill out at the hotel and stuff like that, the Stephen King marathon was on, and we like had ordered food in, and we were just literally just watching horror movies all day. And Firestarter was one of them on AMC. So I tend to think about like my honeymoon when I think of Firestarter, even though it's not a favorite of mine. I have that cool link to that. Now, like Thinner, on the other hand, I love Thinner, so I try to associate Thinner with that as well because
me too.
I love Thinner.
Underrated.
I do have that connection with Firestarter. However, the remake is so damn good. That I actually still have to go with the remake, even over that nostalgia that I have for the original, because the remake has more excitement, better kills. It's just overall darker. Like I said, to me, it's just more disturbing. Like I watched the original Firestarter, and it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, it's cool. When I watched the remake, it's like, holy shit, like damn, like I can't believe they went there. I can't believe they did that. And for me, that's the X factor with this, with this comparison. So it's the remake for me for this one.
I mean, that's well explained.
Yeah, Mark, definitely more intense for sure.
There are certain things about Stephen King movies that I always thought were great, and Firestarter is no exception. I never found Stephen King movies all that scary. Shining had some scenes, but you could watch The Dead Zone, you could watch Firestarter, you could watch Pet Sematary, and they're not family friendly, but they're family friendly enough.
The only thing I'll give Pet Sematary, they have Zelda. Pet Sematary has Zelda. And that scared the crap out of everybody as a kid. So I mean, that's
just saying, as a movie in general.
Exactly.
I could put that on any time. I could put anything by Stephen King on any time.
For sure.
I think the remake kind of ramps it up. And maybe that's what people have a problem with, because maybe it takes one of their memories and kind of shakes it up a little bit.
I would love to know.
I don't get
why people hate this Firestarter remake.
Those of you in the chat, give the remake a chance. Don't listen to the hate and people giving it bad reviews. Just don't pay attention. Just watch it.
I mean, I get it. Like, listen, like we in Positive Spins, there are many times we say, "Oh, I really don't understand here, and I don't understand why people hate this one." Like, I'm not exaggerating. I can't express enough. I truly, absolutely, 100% do not understand why people hate this Firestarter remake.
And we've gotten some answers, and I don't agree.
And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I understand people, like, even like I just said, I have nostalgia from Firestarter from not only when I was a kid watching it, but also from my honeymoon. Okay. And despite that, I love the remake 1,000 times more.
Right.
And so, but despite that, Firestarter is not a movie like Halloween or Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or these classic movies where people are like, oh, that's untouchable. It should have never been remade. And I have such a love for this. Firestarter has never been one of those movies.
No.
So people using the excuse. So people using the excuse, oh well, like no one's sitting here saying, well, it's because I love the original so much. No, you don't.
Well, wait, I don't understand the logic of that. It's not like if you love the original and it's something that you've always loved ever since you were a kid or whatever.
Give me more.
Why would this new movie ruin?
It doesn't
what you've had in the past. You still have the original. You still have it. So why does this new movie ruin it?
That's really weird, because Joe and I constantly say that. We constantly say that.
I don't get it.
Here's an example. I can't think of the guy's name right now, and this isn't if he watches this is in no way a negative thing. I appreciate the conversation he and I had earlier today. Today is May the 4th, so May the 4th be with you. So
Right.
our
Oh, yeah.
positive spin today is the Rise of Skywalker.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
I had somebody comment underneath that he hates the movie and that he nearly walked out of the theater when he went to see it. At first he didn't give me a reason, so I asked, "Oh, how come? Well, what made you nearly walk out?" And I'm happy that he gave a response because many times people don't. People will
Yeah.
say, "Oh, that's dog shit," and then they never tell you why. Like, at least give me a
Exactly.
reason.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I appreciate, he came back, he told me, and his thought was that for him, he said Palpatine returning felt like it was something that a 4-year-old would write. And he said that to him, it ruined the ending of Return of the Jedi. So what I
Okay.
said to him in response is, I don't see movies that way. Like, one movie doesn't ruin another movie for me. It just doesn't work that way.
So you're
Like,
telling me if he goes back to Return of the Jedi, he hates it then? I mean,
that, I
that's
mean, so
basically that's what he's saying,
so
basically.
that's so
Yeah.
that's my thing is I wouldn't go back to Return of the Jedi and think, oh, because of the Rise of Skywalker, I don't like this now, because at the time Palpatine was meant to die.
Right.
So
Yes.
you still have that ending. So what I brought up to him, I said, and then he said the whole thing about the 4-year-old thing. Like, I don't see how the story of the Rise of Skywalker is any more infantile than the original Star Wars story. Not to say that the original Star Wars story is infantile. I don't think any of them are. But
Yeah.
they all have that whimsical,
Basic.
family-friendly vibe to them.
Yes. Yep.
Right.
Like, honestly, if anything, the Rise of Skywalker is the most closely related to a horror movie than any other Star Wars film. That is the darkest Star Wars film there is.
Yep.
Like,
Well,
when
yeah.
Palpatine's returning and they're in there in like his lair, like, that's some dark shit. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
when
a
he's on that arm and like he
yeah.
looks all dead. Yeah,
That is
it's
a
crazy.
dark movie, and they're showing all the clones and stuff, like in the like the pods and the tubes.
Can I ask a weird question?
What?
Why is Palpatine not able to come back if he's so-called died, but yet we have Force ghosts of Anakin, we have Force ghosts of Ben
Exactly.
Kenobi,
That's what I'm
Yoda.
saying. Why?
They're with you.
So,
Why can't Palpatine come back as a Force ghost if he was one of the most powerful?
and
Sith?
also one of the things I brought up to him, I said, so that would be like Return of the Jedi ruining the Empire Strikes Back, because in Empire, Leia kisses Luke before they were meant to be sister and brother.
Right.
So now you find out they're sister and brother in Jedi. Does that ruin Empire for you because she kisses him?
Right.
So at the time, they weren't meant to be siblings, so it doesn't ruin it for me.
No.
I was actually one of the few who actually loved seeing Ian McDiarmid return as.
Me too.
I loved it too. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
But
I thought it was a clever way to do things.
The last thing I brought up to the guy who commented, I said, I truly feel, and I said it very respectfully. I said it all due respect. I feel like, and I do this. We all do the same. But I truly feel like he's letting nostalgia get in the way. Like,
Yeah.
you can have this nostalgic love for movies, because he kept talking about how he had a nostalgic love for the original trilogy and how the prequel and sequel films couldn't come close. Listen, I get it, but they don't have to. Like, just because they don't have to be your favorite for you to not hate it. Like, people have this thing like, oh, I love the original Halloween, so I have to hate the remake. Well, why? Like, they're different, but you can like both.
Yeah.
Like, just because you like one more than the other doesn't mean you have to trash the other one.
Exactly.
I can't understand wanting to walk out of the Rise of Skywalker because Palpatine is back.
Yeah.
And again, I don't mean this as I respect the opinion. I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
The whole 4-year-old thing doesn't make sense to me even more, because everybody felt that Snoke didn't give you enough. Well, maybe that's why. Maybe because, Palpatine was there. He was just a figurehead. It kind of explains why we didn't get a whole lot of Snoke.
Well, JJ tried to fix whatever he could. I mean, I think he figured fans wanted some nostalgia back anyway.
Oh yeah.
Well, listen, I mean, and that's the thing. Like you're saying, okay, don't blame the Rise of Skywalker. Blame Rian Johnson for The Last Jedi, because the Rise of Skywalker may not have had Palpatine. Like you wouldn't have, it wouldn't have been the way that it is if Ryan Johnson didn't go in and screw the pooch with The Last Jedi.
I mean,
And
right. Yeah.
I mean, he completely changed. Like they had an outline of what they wanted to do for the trilogy. Ryan Johnson said, "Nah," and did his own thing for The Last Jedi.
You basically have Force Awakens and Rise as the closest knit Star Wars films. Then you have Last Jedi as its own standalone, almost like a standalone film.
Yeah.
In a way.
You're right. There are things I like about Last Jedi, but
I'll
always say that it didn't feel like a Star Wars movie to me when I saw it in the theaters.
The only thing I agree, because Mark Hamill knows his character best, I agree with Mark Hamill saying that it wasn't the direction he was expecting, and he didn't really care for what Ryan Johnson was writing down on the script.
Yep,
I get it. Like that's fine, but there are some good things in the movie.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
I agree.
I think it's well shot.
Honestly. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
There are good things, but I feel like it's such a mess of like chaotic ideas that just don't come to fruition.
You're right. And
that's the problem I have.
It's messy. It's very messy.
It's a very, very messy movie. There's a lot of unnecessary things. I just wanted to, Mr. Carr, I wanted to say, he said, funny how he went from physical media to other things. That's typically what happens, but I will say this. Jason and I have this rule where we don't really discuss movies unless we own them on physical media.
Right.
Unless it's like a brand new release that we just saw this in theaters or whatever. But for the most part, anything we talk about, we have on physical media and probably multiple copies. So everything in this chat is physical media related.
Yeah.
The Rise of Skywalker, for example, I have multiple copies. I have multiple copies of The Rise of Skywalker on physical media, of The Last Jedi, of pretty much every Star Wars movie.
I have a pretty big Star Wars collection.
Yep. And I almost did a dumbass thing and bought the same videotapes that I already have. I think 2 copies of the other day.
Going back to, I tell you this. I was sitting in the theater when I first saw Last Jedi, and as soon as Rey hands the lightsaber to Luke, I leaned over and I said, "Watch, he's going to throw it off the cliff." And he did. And my cousin looked at me. He started laughing. I said, "Holy shit, did that just happen?"
I mean, think about it. We have Luke drinking the green milk, like right out of the friggin' like weird stuff in that movie. I was just making a joke about it, and it actually happened. I'm like, I can't believe they went there. I can't believe they did that. Hey Danny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey Danny.
I've seen every Star Wars movie in the theaters, from like the prequel films until now, okay? And The Last Jedi, is the what? The Last Jedi is the only one that when the movie ended, everybody got out in silence and walked out.
Yeah.
The only one. Every other one that I've watched,
no one clapped.
Every other one that I've watched, there's been an applause at the end. There's been reactions to scenes, people gasping, whatever. The Last Jedi, there were people laughing in the theater, not at funny scenes because they're like, what is happening?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it was such a depressing feeling. The movie ended, and I actually felt like awkward and cringy for bringing my wife and my son to see it because it was almost like, damn, this kind of sucked. Yeah. And I don't hate it. Like I said, there are things I like about it too.
Right.
But after we saw The Force Awakens, because my wife and my son had never seen a Star Wars movie in the theater until The Force Awakens. So we saw The Force Awakens and they were both like, hell yeah, this is great. They loved it. They were blown away. So I was super excited to take them to see The Last Jedi. So then we go into The Last Jedi and I'm looking at them and I can tell they have the same reaction I did. Like kind of like, wow, this was disappointing. And it's the only Star Wars experience I've had like that in the theater.
I mean, I was having such a good time when first seeing Last Jedi. Everyone was dressing up, and I was taking pictures with people who were dressed as like Boba Fett and Chewbacca. Then you get to watch it. You get to watch in the movie, and Luke's drinking the titty milk and pole vaulting across the. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? But
Oh, not at all. Not at all. You don't come across as mean. I was just clarifying because I know you.
No, you're good, buddy. You're good. Yeah.
It's just so weird, though. I mean, it's had such a weird feeling. I actually, because I went with my cousin, and I have seen all the movies in the theaters because I'm old. And you know, a lot of them I went to see with him when I was a little kid, and I leaned over to it, and I'm like, is it my imagination or does this not feel right? It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
He's like, and I think he was like almost like scared to admit it.
Right.
I mean, it's funny, like what you said, Rob, about the lightsaber. But like after the ending of The Force Awakens, where it's like, oh my God, I feel like the ending of The Force Awakens is already like an iconic scene when she climbs up the mountain, she sees Luke. There's like the music playing. It's like, oh my God, here he is, Luke Skywalker. He was my favorite character in the original trilogy, obviously.
Yep.
I couldn't wait for The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And then for him to just toss the lightsaber aside, it's like,
Yeah.
it was like a slap in the face.
Yeah, he was
Well,
like,
it was a
he was acting
sign
like
of
an,
what's coming.
he was acting like an asshole. Like
Yes.
I'm like, what is wrong with him? Like,
And then for him to like turn on Kylo, like his own nephew, like all that.
yeah, he stopped.
Wow.
He stopped Anakin. He saved his father. His Darth Vader killed how many people?
Yeah, I know.
How
exactly.
many people? I mean, come on, man.
It's really funny because I was like that too. I was like, man, if this is how this movie is going to be, we're in trouble. We are in trouble.
I just don't get, just from having that premonition, that he would just all of a sudden just freak out like that. I'm like, maybe he has PTSD. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but
it's not Luke Skywalker. It's not my Luke Skywalker. It's not the one that I grew up with. I mean, yes, he's a Jedi Master now, and this, that, the other thing, and he sets fire. Get the fuck out of here!
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that Mandalorian scene where Luke shows up and destroys all the droids? Now when that scene happened, I was almost crying. You know, to me, I mean, the CG on his face looked okay, but I mean, when he was doing his thing, I'm like, that's Luke to me.
Yeah, me too. The Mandalorian, it was a very well made. It surprises me. It really does.
Yeah.
Because Disney has really shit the bed with a lot of these things that they keep buying, and they fucking bought Planet of the Apes too. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Be nice if they released some stuff that they own on physical, like Barbarian, for example.
Yeah, really.
That'd be nice.
And you know, that's another one of my favorite series is Planet of the Apes, like Star Wars. I grew up with it. I watch it constantly. I think they're great films. Even the new ones are great films. I even don't mind the Mark Wahlberg one that much. I mean, it's not great, but it's not that bad.
I like what they did with the ending with that one.
Yeah, me too. It was very clever.
The original Planet of the Apes the ending is so iconic and it's so good.
Chilling.
I saw that for the first time. I'm like, holy shit. I didn't.
Yep.
Man.
And it's just a great series, and now it's in the hands of people that.
Yeah.
The thing you have to understand about, the thing I'm sure you do understand about Planet of the Apes is it has a I don't know how to explain it. It focused on a lot of things that were going on in society, but it disguised them as a science fiction movie, and it did it well. It didn't push its agenda. It just talked about things that were happening in the world in a way that you could enjoy the film as well.
Well, I have a feeling we're
in for a very different type of Planet of the Apes.
I was going to say that. That's the key right there. Is they're able to have an agenda without pushing it and shoving it in your face. Like they had a message without it being agenda driven.
It's chock full of prejudice and classism and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Planet of the Apes is so
really different,
so brilliant the way it's written and the way it's disguised. Is like, I just thought it was a cool movie when I was a little kid, but when I got older, I was like, man, this is pretty freaking heavy. What they're talking about and not really talking about.
And now, like you said, with Disney having it, it's like, what are we in for?
Bad. Because they can push any kind of agenda they want now.
I mean, it's like they even teased it in Star Wars, like even in the Rise of Skywalker, the celebration scene at the end. If you look in the background at things and stuff, it's like, they have to throw that in there. They just have to. They can't help themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, well, and again, it's not not meant to be like a hateful thing, but it's like, don't be so obvious about it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on the release of Hellraiser as well.
Oh yeah, Hellraiser, Barbarian. Those are two big
I
ones.
don't think that'll ever happen, to be honest.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah. That we know is never going to happen. Not unless, well, I mean, okay, I'll say not unless the other two do really well, but on Netflix, Texas Chainsaw Massacre did so well.
Yeah, I don't think it's getting a release.
No, not at all.
Hey, Cinnab, look at that. How you doing?
Who?
Cinnabite 94 in the chat.
Nice.
Long time no see is right.
But yeah, I really don't look for those to get released. And I remember when Barbarian came out, it was it was popular, and we kept getting, oh, we're going to get it in October. Oh, now we're not. Now we're going to get it in January. Now we're not.
Yeah.
Now it's not ever. So
yeah,
it's a shame too. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I understand. Well, no, I don't. I don't understand it. Disney wants to keep everything on their streaming service, but why? If you can have both, why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
The Disney Movie Club is going out of business.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah,
waiting for that one.
Yep, I think the last orders are in June. I think that you can make on Disney Movie Club, and after that, they're shutting their doors.
Did you know? And I'm sure you did if you belong to it. But there is stuff on there that you could get that you can't get anywhere else.
Yep. I have my kids. They like a lot of the Disney movies.
Yeah, well, I do too.
Being a member, I got like the old Peter Pan and stuff like that. But when you get it from the Disney Movie Club, you get exclusive slipcovers. You get
really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you get exclusive things only through there. But you're also paying a pretty hefty price as well.
Right.
So.
Yeah, but if you have people that are ordering, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like you could have it all. You could literally have it all if you just tried.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ian, if you're still in the chat, buddy, let me know how you're doing. Been a long time. But yeah, I saw that about the Disney Club. Yeah, there's a lot of movies that they released exclusively, and that's like, now what's going to happen to those?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're going to go way up in price, and you're not going to be able to touch them.
Yeah.
They released Condor Man. Their streaming service doesn't even have Condor Man on there, and I know a lot of people are like, "Who gives a shit? The movie sucked." It's not a good movie, but it's something I remember from my childhood.
Well, again, this is why physical media matters.
Exactly. I like Condor Man. It's silly, but it was fun.
Right.
I don't know, dude. It's just,
I mean, I love silly movies. I mean, Suburban Commando is fun.
Oh, I love Suburban Commando, Mr. Nanny. I love those.
Yeah.
I love Mr. Nanny.
Yep.
They start taking, everybody's like, oh, you got to get Disney. You got to get Disney. Well, do they have Condor Man? No. Then I need to get Disney.
Yeah.
There you go. It's a freaking Disney movie. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
It's unfortunate. It is. It's unfortunate. And these new Netflix, they keep upcharging, and they give you less. It's pretty sad.
Yeah. One thing that people were getting kind of pissed about with Disney Movie Club. So if you sign up and you're a member, they send you a monthly title. So if you have to either accept or decline it. Now, if you don't do either, they send it to you and bill your credit card automatically.
Yep.
So you got to watch
just like,
that.
BMG and Columbia House and all those ones that used to do that. They had a selection of the month.
Right.
Yeah.
couple times I forgot to accept or decline, and they sent
Yep.
me the movie and charged me. I'm like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Like, hey,
Yep.
I didn't agree to this, but you do agree with it, or you do agree to it when you sign up. So,
Yep.
gotta
Now,
read
did the Disney Club have the thing where you had to buy so many in a certain amount of time?
Yeah, you have to. So if you're a member, you have to at least buy 5 titles to
Wow.
cancel. To cancel,
Yeah.
you have to buy 5 titles to cancel. Otherwise, yeah. So
That's crazy.
I think that's why they are shutting their doors. I don't know.
Probably. Probably.
Could be.
Bad management.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad decision making and all. That's a shame.
Thanks, JK. We definitely look forward to it each month.
Yeah, definitely.
We enjoy doing it.
Yeah, we were biding our time until you came on, Rob.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Well, that was one of when we first sat down to. There were 2 people that we wanted to have on, and I don't want to offend anybody, but there were 2 people that we really wanted to have on when we first sat down to do this, and that was Mr. Dan and you, because you guys buy a lot of stuff, and you're keeping, like Joe and I, you're keeping the physical media thing alive in a lot of ways. So, that's just how it rolls. Yeah.
I appreciate it. It's always fun watching you guys.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've known you guys since what was it?
5 years?
Was it 2018?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or something like that. I don't know. Somewhere.
That's when Joe came back in 2018. That's when I made my
that's when I came back from my hiatus. So it's probably 2018.
Okay. Yeah, when you first started doing like the Slash Brothers streams.
Yep.
Yeah. God, it seems like it's so long ago.
I know, doesn't it?
I think we should have on Shannon and Kelly one day.
Yes.
I think that would be an interesting stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rusting Willpower. Is that Rusting Willpower? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So talented. You know that she did those songs for Franchise Frenzy?
Franchise Frenzy, yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So cool.
I'm like, wow, that's.
I've known her for as long as I've had my channel too. Well, a little bit after I made my channel, but I've known her for a long time. And then Kelly did her channel. She participated in Slashback both times, and so we've known them for quite a while.
Yeah, that's another thing that I miss is the Slashback Saturdays. Guess
what? Guess what?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Joe and I have talked about this a lot.
Did I spoil something?
Oh no, not at all. As a matter of fact, we also wanted to talk about what we're doing with you, which is the ABCs of Horror.
Okay,
yeah. So, anybody that wants to participate, it's at your own leisure, and you can start now. You can start when you get a chance.
Start with the letter A. You pick a horror movie to watch that begins with each letter of the alphabet.
Yep.
Start with A. Watch a movie that begins with A. Review it. Post your video, and then move on to B. You have to go in order. You can't skip any letters, but you can do it at your own pace. It can take you 3 years. It can take you 3 months. However you want to do it.
Yeah, the real challenge is to see if you can get through the entire alphabet. And there's so many horror movies out there. I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
So
definitely. Yeah, it's a fun challenge. It's
a fun challenge. You and I got ours done in like 3 days.
Yeah. He told me that. I'm like, holy shit, you guys really got that done.
It's funny when you said that. I immediately talked to Joe, and because I'd been wanting to do this for a while. I did it a while back.
Yeah, we all talked about it at some point.
Yeah. I did it a while back, and it didn't turn out as well as I would like. Because I was collaborating with someone else, and it just didn't work out like I hoped it would. But when you suggested doing it, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm in." So yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Joe was in.
I wasn't sure if I should put a time limit on it, but I thought to myself, I don't want people to rush with, just take their time. And actually, this is a good way on recommending movies, possibly for people who haven't seen maybe a certain movie that starts with the letter B or something,
Well, for me, what I like so much about it is that it gives, not that I need a reason, but so many movies just pile up and pile up and pile up in my collection. So
same here.
It's something that gives me an excuse to watch something that maybe has been sitting there for a while that I've been wanting to watch. Like, because there are plenty of times like there's movies that Jason and I want to watch, and for some reason, because of the way our minds work with YouTube, we always feel like we have to watch it for something. Like,
Yes.
is this going to be a positive spin? Is it going to be a controversial view? Is it for whatever it might be? And it's just the way that, again, it's the way that our minds work for some reason. Like, I watch more movies for something than to just watch movies at my leisure on leisurely time. So
Me too.
for ABCs, it was like perfect. It was like, okay, now I can pick out an A that I need, that I've been wanting to watch. Now I can pick out a B that I've been wanting to watch. It gives me a reason to do it.
Yep.
Right.
We even watched some of them together.
Yep.
That's
like I said, I mean, I'm ready to do it again. I mean,
me too.
I had a blast doing it. So
I mean, you could literally do it over and over and over until you run out of movies. I mean, you know,
it's like it's trying to find, and I was going to go, and Joe can tell you this, I was going to go with all first time watches for the first time. But then I started thinking to myself, well, this is good for two reasons. Not only, like Joe said, your collection starts to pile up and you have so many movies and you want to get through them, but also movies in your collection that you already seen that you haven't watched that maybe you want to talk about. Like Camp Dread was for me.
Yeah.
I really like that movie. I've seen it before, but now I'm able to talk about it because of the, the ABCs of horror. So
yeah, with Daniel Harris. Yeah.
Yep. So it's a good opportunity to do a little bit of everything. And I purposely, I think Joe did too, picked all different types of horror films in order to make up the ABCs. So like if somebody doesn't look particularly like an Italian film, or if they don't like a shot on video film, then there's something
of everything in there.
Yeah. A little bit of everything in there we tried to pick. So
yeah, and I mean you gotta, old movies, new movies, whatever.
Yeah.
I like challenges like that go in order, which is like I miss doing Top Tuesday already.
Yeah.
Like it was just something that I knew every Tuesday we're gonna go from we're doing 1970. Now next year we're doing 1971. Now next week we're doing 72. Next week we're doing so in a way it was like that. It was like, following the alphabet, but that was following the years. Okay, now we're gonna talk about movies from 74, next from 75, and all the way up until the end of the year. So I miss doing that. So this kind of replaces that for me.
I like the creativity in the categories you pick. I mean, it's like it's so organized. It's organized to the point where okay, like if you're picking like a movie from 1974, I just like that. I like list videos. That's what I like.
Yeah, me too.
That's why we started doing the monthly themes. Like we like themes, and now they're finally starting to pick up. At first, it seems like nobody cared about them, but that's why we like the monthly themes, because it gives us an excuse to watch those too. Like again, like this month is video nasties, so now we can watch 4 to 8, depending if we watch them together, video nasties together to do our videos. And then I like the surprise of it. What will next month's theme be? You have to tune in to find out. So I like that.
DJ Boy, it's just Rob's Nightmares. Let's just type that in.
Yeah, that's why I like doing the themes and stuff like that. I like having like that
structure.
That structure, exactly.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's a good word, structure. Yeah.
It's a shame that anthologies of horror didn't work out better, but you win a few, you lose a few.
I mean, there were people who really seemed to like it, but it was just, again,
I really like it.
You're putting in all this time and energy into these videos that just aren't getting the traction, so we may as well do something else in this place.
Honestly, the series that I enjoy the most from you guys is Controversial View. And the reason is because you provide information. So a lot of information I didn't even know on some of those movies. So I really appreciate that. I like that a lot.
I'm glad. I mean, I love doing Controversial View.
Me
that's
too.
definitely, I would hate to not do that anymore. So I'm glad people like that one, but it definitely shows with the views we get for those.
Yeah, right.
Those do well. Honestly,
And
the
we have
Bravo videos do well too. Most of them.
Yeah.
The majority of them do really well.
I do. I mean, your positive spins are great too. Like especially when you, I don't want to say like rant, but like when you go when you go on a tangent. I mean, but it's truth. It's
Yeah.
it's you're speaking truth here. It's
We get worked up sometimes.
But again,
Yeah,
the point is, I mean,
that's fun
sometimes
though. That's fun.
sometimes
I
it's
like.
tongue in cheek because it's like this is exactly what people do in their videos, only the opposite.
Yes.
Like they'll
Exactly.
sit there
Yeah.
and rant and rave about how much they hate something. So meanwhile, if we're going to do it the opposite and talk about how much we like something and people are going to call us crazy, what the hell does
Right.
that make them?
I almost
Yeah.
feel like some of those people though, they do it and I almost wonder if they actually really feel that way.
Oh,
Or if they're
I wonder the
Yeah.
same thing. I wonder if they even watch the movie sometimes based on what
right.
they say.
But it's like I almost wonder if they make the video because they know it's going to get views.
Of
So
course.
they
Oh yeah. There's
Yeah.
no doubt. No doubt.
Of course.
Yeah, that stinks.
It does. And I noticed that a lot of the
Thank you, Mark.
like for example, the Halloween Ends, everybody was doing a rant on that video. And now some of the channels that I've seen that did one are now doing 2 and 3 rants about it. Visiting it a year later, does it still suck? Yes, it does. And they go on a whole tangent.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, and I know that they're just doing it because they got 4,000 or 5,000 views on their last one. I know that they're doing it.
They're bringing it up to make it relevant again. It's
Yes.
like it's sad.
Yep.
Well, again, I always go back to
100%.
this, but like Exorcist Believer when it came out,
Yeah.
and you had all
What-
these big, you had
What
all
the
these,
hell were people thinking when
and
they
you had
Yeah.
all these big channels literally repeating each other, saying things that weren't even accurate. Like
Yes.
there's literally people saying there's no Catholic representation in the movie.
dude?
There's not enough religion. Like, did you fucking watch it?
Dude, I watched that. I watched the movie, and I was almost pulling my hair out, being like, "What? What were people watching? This movie was
Yeah.
awesome."
It is. It's
Yeah.
awesome. I don't get it.
And I mean, if you watch the special features, the when Linda Blair reunites
Mm-hmm.
with at the end, that
Yeah.
was actually shot on camera. Like they didn't even know they were going to meet.
Really?
If you watch the special
Wow.
features, Linda Blair came in there and they had it on camera. That was a real reaction.
That's
Watch the
awesome.
special
Wow.
features. Yeah.
JK, were you able to find Boxing Helena? See, JK
I've
said
never watched the
controversial
movie.
view made him look for Boxing Helena is still one of my favorite movies we've ever covered for controversial.
Mine too. Mine too.
Absolute fucking
Oh,
masterpiece.
right,
One
yeah.
of my favorite films of all time. Love
Yeah,
it.
mine too. But we still talk about it all the time.
Oh yeah.
The soundtrack,
Oh my,
everything.
the ending. The other
Yeah.
day I put it just the end scene just to watch that's it gets me every time, man.
Every time. Yep.
Jason, did Joe tell you that I watched Mr. Goodbar?
Oh, what'd you think? What'd you
Yeah.
think?
I liked it. I told this to Joe. Maybe it's my eyes. The ending where
The strobe lights.
the strobe light kind of
Oh,
bothered me.
yeah. It bothered
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of that, I just maybe it didn't have the effect on me as maybe like you
Yeah.
or Joe, but I honestly Diane Keaton was great. I didn't think she'd be in a role like that.
Me neither. Me neither.
It like I was interested the whole time. So
It's a naughty role for sure.
it is, yes. I would definitely recommend it to people who haven't seen it.
Did the ending blow you away though? I mean, besides all the, did you see it coming?
No. I actually thought, I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody, but I thought Richard Gere was going to be the
Yes. So
but-
did I.
and he was great too. But
Yes.
yeah, I'm not saying I didn't like the ending. I did like it. I just wish I could have seen
Yeah.
more, but I understand what they were trying to do.
Yeah. They were trying to intensify the shock.
Yes.
But back then, you didn't have to put warnings on everything that may cause seizures and all this kind of stuff. And it was rough. And I had to turn away a few times because
Right.
it was, blaring in my face.
I mean, I'm not
So-
saying that we need everything to be like exposition. Like nothing needs to always be shown.
Rob wanted to see the graphic details.
Hey, I'm a gore hound, I guess.
Yeah.
But It's all right. It was good.
I just didn't know what to say when it was over. I think I sat there in silence.
It took me 3 weeks to get that movie. 3 weeks.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know
Well,
what.
did you get it from?
It's that overseas copy. You know that one that
Yeah. I ordered on Amazon, and yeah, it took me 3 weeks.
By itself, or did you get it with the little drummer girl?
By the what?
No, by itself.
They have it
No,
by
it's
itself, and they have it a double feature with the little drummer girl. I think.
No, it was by itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the picture like? Was it any good?
It was all right. Like I said, my Blu-ray player upscales, so I guess
Nice.
it looked as good as it can be. I guess.
Ours looks pretty damn good.
It does. It looks
fantastic. Ours is like crisper than a friggin' McDonald's Sprite.
Where did you get your? Is yours? I don't know if you saw my copy, but is it about the same? I mean, I don't know if
I made our copies.
Yeah.
Oh, you made it. Okay.
I mean, I have the VHS, like the official VHS.
Mm-hmm.
I found it at a thrift store, which is what sent me down the rabbit hole in the first place.
Yeah.
Because it's it's hard to find, and then I just kind of kept waiting to see if I could find like a really good print of it, and I did. So I was able to convert it and do all that, and it was a lot of work, but it was worth it because it's a really
I
really
don't
nice
think
copy.
anyone's ever going to pick it up because of the rights issue with the music.
It's not even just the music either. It's Diane.
Yeah.
It's Diane.
Yeah, Diane Keaton. Yeah,
Yeah.
her as well. I don't see anything wrong with it. I see that as a feminist movie where a young woman is trying to find her way. She didn't feel like a whore to me. She felt like like everyone else. You know what I mean?
And I think it's a product of its time. Like you
Yes.
wouldn't go into the movie thinking you're going to see Diane Keaton's butthole. Like it's just, you know what I mean? Like it's just like
really, yeah.
I mean, there's literally a scene where like you can see it. I mean, it's that graphic. So you're not really expecting that going in. So
That's
when
true.
it happens, it's like whoa.
I didn't think she was a whore at all. Like she went teaching.
Yeah.
She was teaching during the day.
Yeah.
And then at night she was kind of like trying to live it up a little bit.
She was just promiscuous. She was enjoying her youth.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. I don't see that there's anything wrong with that, especially since she came from such a conservative background. You know what I mean?
I mean,
you have to let loose. You know what I mean?
The fact that she was dealing with Richard Gere, jumping all over the place and acting like
he was a nut, wasn't he?
He was freaking crazy.
Mark, I've actually joked about that before. Mark says we should do a controversial view on some of the YouTube channels.
There you go. Yeah,
we thought about it, but
Richard Gere was awesome in Good Bar.
Yeah,
some of them have given us very good ideas.
So, Rob, you've seen Boxing Helena?
No, I have not yet.
Oh, you're gonna love that. Oh my god!
But it's on my list. I write down like almost everything that you guys like recommend.
Well, I will say, as far as your list goes, that should be like one of the top priorities.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's hard to find though.
It is. It's rare.
Do they have it on Amazon at all?
I'll tell you where you can get it. And there's a place called Stinky Tuna, I think.
Oh, like
they actually make a Blu-ray.
I've heard of those. Yeah, I've heard of that.
They make a Blu-ray. It's a bootleg, but I mean,
but I mean,
I look at it this way: when they're asking $100 or a couple $100 for something, that's just exorbitant. So, a bootleg is not bad. You can even ask Joe. I was the type that I didn't even want it if it was made on demand when I first met him. Yeah. So I've learned a lot. I learned a lot about, why people don't release things, why distributors don't pick up things, how the business works now, because a lot of the things you're going to get that aren't common are going to be made on demand.
And listen, my thought on made on demand now.
Yeah.
If I'm going to buy something for the price of a regular DVD or Blu-ray and it's made on demand, then I may as well make it on demand myself.
Exactly.
It's true.
I mean, think about it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're charging me. I mean, it's just stupid. Like, press the damn disc and be done with it.
That's true. Yep. I agree.
Made on demand.
But anything that we can get, we do.
That's how I look at it. Anything I can get, I get. I mean, it's
Like, I think, did I get this from you? The Rejuvenator? I think I got that from you, Joe.
I think I sent it to you. Yeah.
You can't find it anywhere. The only place you'll be able to get it is a very expensive VHS tape.
Yeah, because I have the VHS, so I sent you the DVD.
The Rejuvenator? I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a real fun one. That was just one of the first ones that came into my mind because you literally can't find it. Rumpelstiltskin is another one.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I have the VHS.
Well, again, I mean, Boxing Helena is a good example of that because now it's so expensive and
it is.
It's so good. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Just not see it? I mean,
Yeah. Huh.
So, yeah,
well, like you guys, you recommended Pet Sematary Bloodline. Like that's another one. That's another one that blew me away. I was like, wow, this is awesome.
Blew me away too. Joe saw it before I did, and he said, "You got to get this," and it was so expensive.
I didn't even realize they were coming out with another Pet Sematary.
Me neither.
I saw like the previews for. I saw the previews for like only like a week or two before, and then that day it was the day it came out. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch this today, like the day it was released, because I was curious. I mean, I like the Pet Sematary movies, and then I'm watching. I'm like, damn, this is good. This is how you do a prequel.
Hell yeah!
And then, of course, here come everybody. Oh, that movie sucked. Oh,
yeah,
you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it never stops.
I don't understand what they want anymore.
Me too, Danny. I have it on DVD and VHS. Rumpelstiltskin. It's a fun movie.
Yeah, I like that one.
Didn't they release Rumpelstiltskin in a? Wasn't there in like a 4-pack or something? Or
yeah, with the
or was it a 2-pack? I don't remember.
Hold on. It was in a multi-pack. Not like a multi-pack, but like a box set at one point.
Box set, yes.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that.
It's like how when they released like Leprechaun with the landlady and the dentist and whatever else,
Yep.
It was one of those kind of packs.
Hey, Verge. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Verge. I agree. I love Pet Sematary too.
Yes.
Yeah, Bloodlines was really good, and that was one that I bought on DVD because the Blu-ray was so damn expensive.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, it was like $27 when it came out. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
it was literally twice the price of the DVD.
Exactly.
It was just at my local Walmart. I just picked it up.
Yeah.
On DVD.
That's what the same thing. That's where I got it. Yeah.
I think I ordered mine off of Amazon.
Yeah.
But, well, same price. Probably.
Again, it's like I'm watching it, I'm thinking, wow, this is a really good prequel, and then all of a sudden, everybody trashing it. It's like, what? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone's watching the same movie. It seems like
you tend to wonder, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, what do you people like? What do you want?
Especially when they make no points, and that tells me that maybe they didn't watch the movie, because if you can't make any points about
like Exorcist Believer, it's not religious enough.
Exactly.
What? Yeah. Like saying what's her say what's her face was wasted. How the hell was she wasted? You wouldn't have the damn movie if it wasn't for her.
That's true.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I didn't get that. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, when a new movie does come out that I'm interested in, I do watch reviews, non-spoiler ones, of course, when movies do come out. And it's almost to the point now where if people start trashing it, now I want to see it.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm probably going to like it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Firestarter is a good example of that. I mean,
do you guys
Cemetery Bloodlines?
Yeah. Do you guys know of a guy named Rambo Wrath?
No.
Matt. That's another channel. He hates on almost everything, and he's been on YouTube for I don't know. I think he started in like 2007 or 2008.
Gives him views.
I tell you, he hates on almost every single thing. And the movies that we're mentioning, Firestarter, Pet Sematary Bloodlines, the same thing. A lot of people are like, oh, well, I like this channel because you tell the truth. You don't, you're not kissing up to anybody. But it's like, I'm thinking to myself, like, all this guy does is hate.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like when people hate, they're just doing it to kiss up to the rest of the people who are hating on stuff.
Yeah.
Like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, when that came out,
like
everybody's trashing it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not a slasher fan, okay, I guess. But then why the hell are you watching it in the first place?
this dude jumped down my throat because I defended Godzilla 2014. The
I like that one.
I actually liked it, and
Good
okay,
movie.
they cut away from some of the Godzilla scenes. Okay, so what? That wasn't a big deal. I don't get the big deal about that. They're like, oh, they focus too much on the human characters. I'm like, so they
That's
did it the
kind of like
original.
Shin Godzilla in a way.
If you watch any of the Godzilla films, there are tons of human interactions in the old ones.
Honestly, the original Godzilla is very much about the humans in that.
Right.
In the
So
movie.
I don't understand that argument.
Yeah.
It's though they need to focus more on the monsters. Well, come on. If
This
Godzilla,
is why.
Yeah.
This is why, and again, it's like not to criticize anybody who does like it, because I can understand why people do. But this is why when Terrifier 2 came out, everybody was obsessed, because Terrifier 2 gives them everything they want. They just want to see gore, over the top, kills, this and that. And I get it. I like all that stuff about it too.
Yeah.
But people were talking about Terrifier 2 like it was an absolute masterpiece, but then they'll go to like Exorcist Believer and be like, this movie's trash. And they'll go to like Halloween Ends, this movie's trash, and this and that. And it's like, okay, I'm glad that you like Terrifier 2, but tell me why that movie's a masterpiece and all of these others are dog shit.
I mean, yeah. Number one, they're completely different films. Terrifier 2 is more like it's got comedy. It's kind of like a dark comedy mixed with gore, and I mean, then you have Exorcist Believer, which is not. It's a totally different film. I mean, it's serious. I mean, yeah, calling Terrifier 2 a masterpiece, that's quite a leap there.
like I say though, it's like I call it like the shiny ball syndrome. Like it's something that's it's all in your face, it's gory, it's over the top. Like we don't care if there's no story that makes sense. We just want to see the kills. Like, okay, that's fine, but I appreciate a good story as well. I don't always need one because I love 80s slasher films. But at the same time, like I'm not gonna hate on one thing and then not on the other. Like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Like, if you're watching that movie as a slasher fan, I don't understand how you can watch that and say this sucks.
Yeah,
like, it's a by the book slasher film. What the hell do you want in it? Like, what did you expect from it?
I mean, it makes sense because if you like a by the book slasher film, let's say from the 80s or 90s or whatever, why wouldn't you like one today that's the exact same formula? Why would you not like it?
And that's why I said people get blinded by nostalgia. Like, okay, so you love every Friday the 13th sequel, but you don't like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And it's like they have the same characteristics that you're saying that you don't like about this, that you like about that.
Yep.
Danny, yeah, exactly. Like I always say that. I don't understand how someone can spend an hour ranting about a movie they don't like. Like like you don't have anything better to do with your time?
That's another thing. He's talking. I think he means Rambo Ref because he spends he spends like over an hour sitting there ranting and just bashing.
I don't get it. I don't
understand how you can have any energy to do that anyway. There's no way. I wouldn't. No.
Texas Horror. I like her too. Anya Taylor-Joy. She's going to be in the new Mad Max. That's cool.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Furiosa, right? Furiosa.
Yep. Nice.
8mm is a thriller that gets hated on a lot.
Dude, I saw 8mm in the theater.
I like 8mm, and we're actually going to be doing 8mm 2 at some point for something.
Isn't that the one about the snuff films?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8mm 2 is actually
nothing wrong with that.
I actually liked it.
Nicolas Cage, Gandolfini's in that. Good movie.
I also liked Stir of Echoes 2, and I liked Hollow Man 2.
Stir of Echoes 2 we did for a Seldom Seen already.
Yep.
That was our first Seldom Seen, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, 8mm. Yeah, it's great.
Yep.
Nicolas Cage. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like we always say in the positive spin. I mean, if I watch something and I don't like it, I'm just not going to review it. I mean, unless for some reason I have an obligation to, like, I don't know, if like a company sent me the movie to review and they said, "Oh, can you please review this?" I'm still not going to trash it. I'll be honest, but I'll do it in a respectful way. There's a difference. There's a difference between reviewing a movie truthfully and trashing a movie, and that's the thing that people don't understand. They can't decipher the two.
100%.
Well, to me, there's always a negative and a positive. It's like you're telling me like you would hate the entire movie. Like there's not one positive.
Exactly. Like, and that's exactly what positive spin is. Like we did Black Christmas 2019. I do not like. It's probably my least favorite movie of all time, Black Christmas 2019. But guess
White
what?
Noise 2 is on our agenda.
But guess what? We were still able to do a positive spin and find positives in the movie that we probably dislike the most out of any.
Well, I mean, Joe, I know you're not a fan of Pearl. Like, can you say like, is there like a positive thing you can say?
Listen,
about
I don't dislike Pearl. I just think it was overrated.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, never mind then.
There's plenty of positives I can say about it.
But that's my point. That's my point. You can
sure.
Still,
that's what I'm saying. Like Black Christmas 2019 is probably my least favorite. If someone asked me what's your least favorite movie, I'd probably say Black Christmas 2019.
I can, and I can vouch for. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And at the same time, we were still able to do a positive spin. So that means in the movie that I dislike the most, I was still able to find things I like.
Right.
So if other people can't do that, there's something wrong with them. I'm sorry, but there is.
Right.
But there's something like you're mentally handicapped if you can't find a positive to say.
That means like if the runtime is 2 hours, that means for 2 hours you hate pretty much everything that was said, that was shown.
There's not a single shot, there's not a single song in the movie on the soundtrack.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't see how that's possible.
It's not. Exactly. It's absolutely
You'd be surprised what people think though.
Yeah,
these are the people who just do it for the attention, and that's exactly what proves it right there.
Yeah,
like I'm gonna tell you, like I don't really care for the Blair Witch 2, okay, but there are some good things that I can say about it. I actually have a lot of positives to say about it, but I just don't care for it as a whole. But because I love the first one so much, like
Jason and I finished our franchise frenzies. Obviously, we get that ahead of time. We just watched the entire Camp Blood franchise. And let me tell you, we can still say some positives if we had to. Right. So, I mean, that tells you something right there. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I haven't seen them all, but I've seen most of them.
They get worse as they go on.
Right. I understand that.
Texas Horror. Oh man, the haul video. I haven't done a haul video since like last October, and I'm in the point now where I've gotten so much in these months that I almost can't do one because it's like, oh my god, what will I even show?
It's gonna be a 36-parter.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it's like so overwhelming just to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right.
Yeah, exactly, though. Mark. I mean, no film is perfect, so it's like there's always going to be negatives and there's always going to be positives. I don't understand how you cannot find at least one positive in something.
Yeah, Verge. Yeah, I agree with Verge here. Yeah, I enjoy some parts. As a whole, not really, but yeah, I enjoy some parts. I mean,
I always like Blair Witch 2 because they did something different.
Yeah, that's a positive I can say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they follow what was done in the first one very well?
And that is one on our list, by the way, for positive.
Yeah, it is.
Cool. It is. Oh, I can't wait to see that. It's cool. Awesome.
It's been on the list since like the beginning. We just never gotten to it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot. Believe it, people give us more to do for positive spin every week.
Every time they trash something, we'll add that to the list.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think you're right. I just don't think people understand the point of positive spin. It's like
they don't.
They like the adulation. They like the 5,000 views. They like the fact that it's more in trend today to be negative about something than to be positive.
Right. And what I find most pathetic is when they will come on to our positive spin videos and then comment something negative. Again, I always ask what people think, and I always say you don't have to agree. This is just my positive spin.
Yeah.
But they'll still come on, and I want to have a mature, respectful conversation. Tell me why you don't like something in a mature adult fashion.
Exactly.
Don't come on the video and say this movie is trash. I hate it. It sucks. Because then I'm either number one, I'm just going to delete your comment because it's negativity on a positive spin.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to call you out and say, okay, tell me why. Yeah. Why do you feel this way? And 9 times out of 10, I never get a response.
More than that.
Yeah, it's typical.
So it's like, what is it that you don't like? Tell me.
Yeah.
Don't just come on and tell me it's dog shit. Why is it dog shit?
I mean, that's the way I feel about some of these negative reviews. They don't really have a good
They don't.
logical
No.
explanation. You know,
They try to throw as many adjectives at you as they can.
And it drives me nuts.
Value.
And the people that watch the positive spins, they'll come on and they'll comment and be like, all you guys do is say good things about this movie. And there's so many, like, yes, that's the point. It's a positive spin.
right?
Like,
we actually do movies that we don't like.
This is not a normal traditional review where we're gonna say, you know, positives and negatives. The whole point of positive spin is to only focus on the positives. So
Right.
it's just funny that like they crave it. They crave the negativity.
You're
They
right.
want so badly to hear us say something bad. It's like they're creaming in their friggin' pants, waiting for that negative thing. It's like, why do people get off on it? I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's a sickness.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like people telling us, you guys like everything. So what if we did? Isn't that a good thing? Why is it so
Right.
bad to like
We
something?
don't, but yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
We
I
just don't
noticed
talk
that.
about the things
They do
that we
say
don't
that we
like.
like everything.
We just like, why would we talk about something we don't
You know
like?
what's funny is that we're actually pretty strategic about what we do, about the videos that we do for Positive Spin, Controversial View, Franchise Frenzy, this, that, and the other thing. We're strategic. So if that means that if we don't like a movie and we don't talk about it, what's wrong with that? Isn't that just adding to negativity of everything else?
I think people like Joe said, I think they thrive.
Yeah, they do
on the drama.
They do.
They thrive on it. I just feel like they feel, oh, I'm going to get more traffic or views on my channel if I just put something like a rant, so to say.
Do you realize that I've said movies like some of the Wild Eye movies I've gotten that I didn't particularly care for. You know, I said you might like this, give it a try. It's not for me. Not that it's a dumpster fire or or hot trash or hot garbage or whatever the fuck they're calling it now. It's like what I'll say is, you know, you might like it, but however, it's not for me. So they don't hear that. But I bet you if I said it's dog shit or it's a dumpster fire, I bet you they would have heard that.
Exactly.
But
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
Like a good example is the Angry Video Game Nerd. I mean, he rants on games, but people don't understand he's playing a character.
It's exactly.
He's not really like that.
Exactly. Right. Like he actually loves a lot of those games that he's ranting about.
Right.
So and that's another thing. It's like
that's a comedy act, is what it is.
Exactly.
But I mean, if you remember back when he started that, you'll see like people ranting on games. A good example of that is Irate Gamer. Like after Angry Video Game Nerd, then all these other channels started coming out with these rant
that's
videos.
It. Because they know they can get the views.
Right. Not just on games, on movies too.
Yep.
And it just shows you how self-centered those people are. They're clearly doing it for views because think about it. If you say something positive about a movie, you give it a positive review, right? What's going to happen? Someone else might say, hey, maybe I'll like that too. Maybe I should check it out. You're promoting the movie. Like people use this excuse that they're trying to be, I'm just trying to be a critic. I'm trying to be a reviewer. Well,
I'm trying to be honest.
The original point of film critics was to promote movies. When film criticism started, film critics didn't say negative things about movies. They only promoted it. They were like a marketing tool for people to go out and watch movies. Over the years, they started giving negative reviews here and there and thumbs down and stuff like that. So now people use that as an excuse. Well, I'm just being honest. But how about the saying, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
There you go. 100%.
And when you give a negative review about something, what is anybody gaining from that? Now you're getting people to not go watch this movie. Now we might not get any more movies like this because you gave, you know what I mean? Because of all the negativity surrounding it. So who knows? The next one could have been better, but we're never going to get it now. Like Exorcist Believer. Like we're never going to get what the original trilogy was supposed to be because all these people ranted and raved about it. And now David Gordon Green can't go and direct the next one.
Like, I just think people like, if they're going to rant on something, let's say they hate something or they don't, let's say they don't like a movie. I feel like the most logical thing to do is to just explain why you don't like it, not bash it, but I'm saying like give some positives and negatives, make it kind of like a fair assessment, like a fair review. But you just don't see that. It's either all negative or it's one way or the other, it seems
Exactly.
like.
Yeah.
And again, that's why positive spin, again, like there are some people who take positive spin so seriously, especially at first when we started it. Like there were people who were literally offended by us doing positive spin.
Yep.
Like actually offended, stopped talking to us because of positive spin.
Yep.
Like,
because
what do you
felt
mean, like your friends? Like
Yep.
friends that you were friends with?
Yep. Because they felt personally attacked by it.
That's fucking stupid.
Because we were saying positive things about movies that we both liked and disliked, even movies that we didn't necessarily like.
Yeah.
Because we just wanted to show. So that's like us stopping, not talking to people because they only do negative reviews. Like it's okay for everybody to trash films, but as soon as we start saying good things about it, we're the bad guys.
I mean, that's just really petty. That's just. I don't understand that at all.
It's nuts. It's absolutely insane.
If you guys said you didn't like a movie that I liked, I wouldn't like personally attack you and say, "Oh my God, I'm not talking to you because you put down this like I loved Pearl, but if you sit there and say Pearl sucks, Pearl's garbage, blah blah blah, I'm not going to come at you and be like, "Well, you're wrong. I'm not talking to you now. You're done."
When I it's like when I first reviewed Winnie the Pooh, the first movie. In my video, I was excited about it, and I said something along the lines of, "Oh, if you're a slasher fan, you should love this one." Meaning, like, if you're a slasher fan, chances are you'll enjoy it.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I get a whole freaking video basically directed at me, calling me a gatekeeper because I said that. How is me saying that if slasher fans will probably like this? How is that gatekeeping? I didn't say that you're not a slasher fan if you don't like it. I just said chances are you will if you are a slasher fan because I truly feel that way.
Right.
And this person got so pissed off. Like, why are you so mad by that?
Yeah, I don't think they really got the message straight.
It's weird. It's just a weird thing to me. Like people get so mad that you like something. Like it's not affecting you. If you don't like it, fine. But like, don't get mad at me for enjoying my time on Earth. Like, like excuse me for enjoying the movies that I'm watching. Like I watch movies to be entertained. So, if a movie entertains me, it succeeds. That's it.
Right. I mean, that's. We all have opinions, so it's like I just wish people would just be respectful.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it comes down to. I mean,
100%. You'd be surprised how many. Actually, my daughter was kind of surprised that I had gotten so many. I mean, I don't get a ton, but I do get some every once in a while. Negative comments. Joe's gotten some doozies. I know that.
Death threat.
Yeah. Yep.
What really?
Because you like a film.
I did my when Jeepers Creepers Reborn came out. I reviewed it right away. Now listen, okay, I gotta put it all into perspective. I had a screener copy. The movie was not officially released yet. Okay, so the only people who could have seen it were people that would have screener copies, which aren't going to be too many. I had thousands. I'm not joking. Thousands of comments on my video. Basically telling me I'm a shit person for liking it, that because I mentioned how me and my son watched it and we both really liked it, that me and my son should die because we liked Jeepers Creepers Reborn.
Yep.
I couldn't even keep up with the comments. I had to turn the comments off. I'm not exaggerating. Thousands of comments. So my question is, how did thousands of people see the movie before it came out?
I mean, this wasn't like this wasn't trolls or anything, right? I mean,
no, it was people legitimately pissed off that I like Jeepers Creepers Reborn.
Like these were people with real accounts, like real,
all kinds. Yes.
Okay.
Like legitimate people too.
Yeah, it's a shame.
That's weird. Huh.
It was insane.
Crazy, though.
It was insane. Like I literally had to take the video down. I could not keep up.
Yeah.
Wow. Never. That's the first.
Why should my son and I die because we like the movie?
I mean,
like,
that's just making it personal. That's really making it personal there.
It's so weird.
I mean, you can just say like, oh, you don't like it, what do you know? Or if you like it, what do you know? They could just leave it at that, but instead of personally
But
attack.
my point is, the funny thing is, like, these people didn't even see the movie,
Right.
so they were
Right. Yeah.
already attacking me for a movie they hadn't even seen yet.
Right. Because it's not
They
released yet. Yeah.
Thank you, Child of the Corn. Thank you, JK. I appreciate
That's
it.
what I was
guys.
just writing.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like I said, meanwhile, people can sit there and trash films left and right, and no one says a damn thing. But
Well, the point of making positive spin was because of a lot of the negativity.
a little bit of
From
contrast for it.
yeah, from everybody, and we decided that even Black Christmas 2018, 2019,
Yeah,
2019, yeah, even Black Christmas is a movie we didn't particularly care for, but there are positives in that film.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, there were things I liked about it. Did it take a U-turn? Sure. But, there were things that I did like about the film, and I thought it definitely had potential. But you actually said it, Rob. You're watching a movie for an hour and a half. You can't find something you like in a movie?
That's what doesn't make sense. Like, there's
on.
got to be, even if it's just one thing, there's got to be something that you
Exactly.
It just
Exactly, Texas. There are times too, like, people are always in a rush too to get out the first
Exactly.
hateful negative review, because
That's what I try to take into consideration. Exactly what Child of the Corn said. It's somebody's blood, sweat, and tears and money.
Yes, and we always say that.
It deserves respect.
And like I always say, I know I'm a broken record with this, but also I do feel like when you hate on a movie, it could possibly also be insulting to certain viewers, because they might have a certain attachment to it. Like, again, I know I say this all the time, but I feel like it's an important message. Like, there, when one of my best friends, when his mother died, the last movie he saw with her, he saw this movie with her. It was he has a special attachment to that movie. So if someone were to go and completely trash that movie, it's like insulting to somebody like him who may have a special attachment to that film. So you trashing a film does absolutely nothing to benefit anybody other than get you views.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, it can be sort of, I hate to use the word offensive, but insulting, or it's sad in a way. Like, there are movies that there are movies that I used to watch with, say, my grandparents, or movies that I've seen with my son or my mom or whatever, that if people were to insult it, I'd feel a little insulted myself, because I'd be like, I have an attachment to this film. Like, be careful what you say
the
about
film's
it.
not good. It's not the point.
Like, you're not going to go off there and tell somebody their kid's ugly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people need to have tact, and people are so quick to do that. But my point is, a lot of people rush out to do these negative reviews, and sometimes they don't give a movie a chance. Like, so Jason and I, we watched Skinamarink one night, and we were super excited to watch it because I felt like we were really going to like it. We both did. And then we watched it, and we were kind of like, oof, this is a rough one. And now, after that, I really wasn't interested in watching it for a while, but I wanted to give it another chance, because I always give movies a second chance, even a third chance if I don't like one. One night, I was laying up. It was late at night. I really wasn't tired, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put on Skinamarink again to see if I like it more. The fact is, I did slightly. I didn't dislike it as much as I did the first time. I found more things the second time that I enjoyed about it than when I watched it the first time. And honestly, if I watched it again, I might like it more. So
you have to anyway. So
exactly. But my point is, had I watched it that first time and rushed out to make a review, it would have been more negative. But instead, I held back. And like, why should I go review this if I really didn't like it too much?
Right.
So there may be a day when I eventually review it and say, you know what? I like this now.
Right. And so then your review where you say you didn't like it, you kind of feel stupid.
No, I'm a hypocrite. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you don't have something nice to say.
Yes, Child of the Corn, we watched Cut. Did you, Jason? We watched that together, right? We watched Cut together. Cut with Molly Ringwald.
With Molly Ringwald?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We did for 2000 slashers
it's a fun one.
Yeah. we did a live stream ranking 2000 slashers. Probably 2 years ago now. And that was one of the movies we included in that. Was Cut.
Yeah, it's been a while since you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time goes by fast.
I know. I don't even. Yeah.
It does when you have videos done up until December.
December. We have
Yeah.
videos through next year with
That's
ABCs of
true.
Horror.
That's true.
Man. Yeah.
That's
I have mine done. I think I'm on letter R right now. So that's what I have done.
actually letter R was one of my favorites. I picked a one that I've been wanting to watch again, and
Mine
that I
was
specifically wanted to talk about.
my letter R was batshit crazy.
I don't remember what you picked. Mine actually has several different movies that go by the same title. I'll send you the link if you ever find it. I'd say pick it up because it was fun.
I'm putting mine in the private chat because I don't want to spoil it for everybody, so you guys can
Yeah.
see the private chat here.
I'll do that too.
Mhm.
That's
But I
my
can't remember what year it was from.
Mm.
I was looking at Joe's.
Yeah, that movie's wild.
1986. Yes, sir. What a year.
Oh no, greater stuff. I love the new Hellraiser. That's one of my favorite Hellraiser movies. Okay, and listen,
Jason,
greater
that's a
stuff.
good one.
I love the new Hellraiser, and Evil Dead Rise is one of my least favorite horror movies like ever. So
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I did not like Evil Dead Rise at all.
Oh, you did? I actually liked it. I liked it.
I have some major issues agenda wise with that movie.
There's problems with it. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that.
That's my issue with it. And and I've said before, you know, Bruce like Evil Dead is a horror franchise that was built around a strong male lead in Bruce Campbell and Ash.
You're right.
Like, there's no denying that. So not only do you take a movie and reverse that, but you literally put not a single strong male character in the film.
Yeah.
That is what I call a slap in the face.
That too, but like I guess one major positive I can say is that I liked how they did something different. But that's not always a good thing.
Yeah.
It
felt like they were doing something different to appease the audience. That's why I didn't like it.
Right.
2012. That's
I want to answer some questions here because the chat's going fast. Child of the Corn.
2012.
Yeah.
Rob.
What?
It's from 2012. Because there's several ones that are called Random Acts of Violence.
Do you think 2000s horror is under?
Is that okay? Yeah, that's the year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hysterically funny.
I agree. Child of the Corn 2000s horror is definitely underappreciated.
Yeah, definitely.
We found some good ones.
Yeah, we watched some really good ones.
Yeah. What else we got here? Highly enjoy the new Hellraiser. Love the new Hellraiser. Danny loves Evil Dead Rise. I wish I did. I mean, anybody who knows me, who's been following my channel since I created it, 14 years ago, I am a diehard Evil Dead fan. So believe me when I say I did not go into Evil Dead Rise not wanting to like it. I went in with every intention of liking that movie, and
Joe hates it.
Was I disappointed.
Hates it. He's gonna lose his shit.
No, because it's like a Black Christmas 2019 movie for me where it pisses me off because it's unnecessary. It's absolutely unnecessary, the things that they did in that movie. It's not even about the movie itself, like the story and stuff like that. And yes, I have some issues with things like that too. But it's like what they did. It's like, I know what you're doing here. Like, I'm not stupid. I see what's happening.
Right.
We talked about that doing that, Verge. We talked about doing a theme month about that.
Oh, nice, Rob. Yeah, I actually still need to watch that. We're gonna do that for original or remake at one point. Actually,
I didn't know if you saw it or not.
I have it. I just haven't watched it.
Which one?
His pick in the private chat. I don't want to spoil it.
I got the Scream Factory.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, Danny, that's my big thing with it. Like I said, that's it. I do love the opening of Evil Dead Rise. I wish it was more like that.
Me too.
Jason, listen to the audio commentary on it. It's good.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really good.
Mark,
I was really impressed with that. Really impressed.
I love Prey, Mark. Prey is awesome. One of my favorite Predators.
It is. Yeah, that's awesome.
You guys ever thought about doing a video series on horror silent films? Oh, we absolutely have thought about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that
We thought about doing it for
a theme
monthly theme Thursday.
I had a whole idea of how to do it too, which we still might do at some point because I think it's a fun idea. But we have so many different things going on; it's hard to do everything.
Dude,
The
yes.
remake from 2013 for
Oh, he's talking about Evil Dead.
Evil Dead.
I did.
So if I were to rank them, I'm going like 1, 3, 2, 4, 5.
Dude, I saw the remake in theaters. I loved it. I loved the practical effects. I loved even the main chick. I thought she was good. I don't know. Except for the dumbass. The dumbass
1, 3,
who read
2, 4, 5?
Yeah.
1, 3, 2. Okay, mine would be 1, 3, 4, 2, 5. Yeah.
I'm surprised because last time we watched 2, you were like really into it.
I do like it, and it will probably jump up in the rankings the more I watch it. It was just one that I just never liked.
Yeah, but that was one, like, when we watched it last time, you were like, wow, I love this now. You were like super excited about it.
I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, you were like really about it.
Yeah.
I had a dumbass behind me when I was watching the remake in theaters. He was tapping his foot the whole damn movie.
Really?
Tap, 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 tap.
Oh, like, that would drive me crazy.
God, dude.
Yeah, that would drive me crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Alien Romulus too. Trial of the Corn.
Me too.
I am too. That looks awesome.
We just got done watching all the Aliens again for Franchise Frenzy, so now I'm like really in the mood for Romulus because
I like the direction they're going with Romulus. From what I see in the trailer, it looks good.
I really like Prometheus, and
I love Prometheus.
I really do think that's my second favorite in the franchise.
Dude, that movie is one of the best looking movies I've ever seen.
It's visually stunning. It really is.
Yeah.
Yep. Love it.
I thought that Alien Covenant was a decent.
It was all right.
It was a decent sequel to Prometheus. I think they went where I guess they went where they needed to go. I guess.
Yeah.
Is a good way to put it.
And this right here is a good example of what we're talking about. We're giving movies third, fourth, whatever watches, because going into Franchise Frenzy, I think Jason, you were most excited to watch Alien Covenant again. You were like, "Yeah, Alien Covenant is awesome." You really couldn't wait for that one. And then we watched it, and this time it wasn't. You were more about Prometheus than Covenant. And
I love Prometheus.
Same for me. Like Prometheus was like, holy shit! Like this time around, I mean, I liked it before, but I liked it more than ever this time. And
yeah.
That's why I'm kind of interesting to give maybe you can hook me up with a copy of the movie that you watched that I didn't particularly care for. I'm interested to give it another shot.
I'm actually surprised you didn't, because
I just remember just going,
the concept alone for me is like, whoa, I love the concept. Love the concept.
Yeah, but I don't know. There was just something about it.
And then the payoff, like reveal at the end, is like, damn.
What movie are you talking about?
Could have been the mood too, because the dog had shit on the floor. So,
we're all going to the World's Fair.
Yeah. Benny shit on the floor. So
I think I am confident it's one you're gonna watch again. You're gonna be like, yeah, what was I thinking? No, because it happens. I mean, it happens to both of us.
I'm thinking of Benton shit.
We've done that before. We've both done that before. We watched stuff like, holy shit! I like, I that's one of those movies I feel confident you're gonna feel that way.
I can see there's some positives with Alien 3. I mean,
Alien 3. Okay, so this one is a franchise. We went into it. Liking it a lot more, and then we watched it this time. We were like, eh.
Yeah, it was tough for me.
Yeah,
it's tough.
I preferred Resurrection to Alien 3 this time.
So do I.
I did too.
I've always preferred Alien Resurrection.
Not me. I went to the theaters to see Alien 3 and I loved it.
I saw it in theaters too. Yeah.
But with this time when I watched it, I watched both cuts of the film.
Yeah.
There was something that really bothered me about the CGI.
It dragged a little too this time.
Yeah, it did drag a little bit.
It's always had a pacing issue with me.
Yeah. Some movies just don't. There are a few movies that I'm up and down with all the time, and they just don't hit the same way.
This reminds me, because while you're here, Rob, I'm gonna pick on you. No, you mentioned, you were talking about Alien versus Predator Requiem in your franchise frenzy.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yes,
and
sir.
I get it, because everybody talks about how dark it is. My defense of that movie, because I love it, and my defense is
That's cool.
that was purposeful. The fact that it's dark, and
Right.
I get it, because the director says he shot it in a way where that's exactly how the characters would be seeing things. He wanted it to come across as realistic. Like, if you're in a sewer like that, like in the sewer scenes, right? There is no light. So
Yeah.
you're not going to have an artificial light.
True.
And I actually when I watched this interview with him, I was like, you know what? I get it. Like, it sort of clicked, and I was like, I friggin' understand what he was going for. So I get how it can be frustrating not seeing things, but we were never meant to. And that's
I really enjoyed it this time.
Well,
so there
again,
are you did. I remember when we watched it, you were like, wow, I really like it.
Yeah.
So there are movies where all right, so Silent Night, Bloody Night, before they cleaned it up, there are scenes where you're
Yes.
meant to see things, but it's so dark you're missing half of the movie.
Yeah.
You
Whereas
missed the plot of the film.
with Requiem, again, we're never meant to see that. Like, they're not going to do some version where they light it up, because we're not supposed to see what it looks like right now. So
Right.
for me, that's why, like I said, I understand why people have a problem with it, but I also understand why it works. Like,
Well,
I
again,
get,
well, again, that's like Mr. Goodbar. It's like, maybe it's an OCD thing. I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe it's like I want to see.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I can say that there are some positives, though. I mean, I could do my own positive spin on it. I mean, you know, it's actually, you know, there's some good stuff. I think the fighting is actually good.
It's oddly, that's one of those odd things I actually notice in movies. Like, I'm I'm someone, like, if there's a scene where they're in the middle of the woods at night, okay, and there's all this light around that's definitely not from the moon, I kind of get frustrated, and I understand, because you need the lighting, but it's like, where is this light coming from? And
I've gotten that way
it
too.
kind of takes me out, because it takes away some of that realism. So I think that's why Requiem works for me, because in those scenes there wouldn't be light. So it's like, okay, well, this is realistic, because this is exactly what we would be seeing if we were in their position.
I guess I didn't look at it like that.
It's just how, again, it's how my brain works. I've always seen things like that. So,
Well, I mean, you got to think, seeing this for the first time, that was my initial reaction. So it's like, I've only seen the movie like one other time, which was for the, you know, for the franchise frenzy.
yeah.
So I guess maybe after multiple rewatches, you know, maybe I'll, you know, understand more or better.
Mr. Carr, we're going to be doing Annihilation for another series eventually, so we'll be covering that.
I'm actually with Texas Horror on that one, 100%.
Texas Horror, it's a Thing,
Predator,
Predator, Alien. Yep, that's mine too.
Predator and Aliens.
That would be mine. Thing, Predator,
Yeah.
Alien. From 1 to 3.
I wonder if they're gonna. Do you think they're gonna make another Alien versus Predator kind of?
I said that. I told you that earlier on the stream, Danny.
I think it would be cool to do. I think it would be cool to have like an alien pop up in like in the sequel to Prey, like somehow have like some sort of connection there.
That'd be cool.
Because I think it would work. Yeah, Danny talking about that earlier. The President's Day. Yep, from TerrorVision. Oh yeah, Sent to Sangre.
Oh my god, that movie is so awesome. Oh,
that movie.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yes. Talk about a well shot film. Oh my god.
It's one of those gorgeous films. It's just like beautiful.
Yeah, dude. Children of the Corn. I loved the first one. I remember seeing it in theaters, and I loved it. I like the whole underground pyramid, and that
was one of my
That's
biggest.
Right,
that was one of my biggest movies that sort of grew on me for franchise frenzy. Like watching AVP The first one.
Yes.
I've always
Me too.
preferred Requiem. I've just always been weird like that. I like the setting of Requiem. I like the whole suburban. Like they're just in suburbia, like in a neighborhood with a predator. Pretty cool. But the first one, watching it again this time, like Jason and I were both like, wow, this is like actually really rewatchable.
It's
Like
fun.
it's just super fun.
It is.
Yeah, there's
It's
like
fun.
there's like a what do you call it? Like a discovery thing with it, like the whole underground pyramid when they're trying to like,
Yeah.
when they first have that
The
heat
tube.
signature, right?
Yeah.
Like there's just it almost reminds me of kind of like an Indiana Jones thing, like where they go underground, they're trying to find an artifact or whatever,
Or a video game, kind of.
Yeah.
Candyman, 1992.
Oh, I
love
love
Candyman. Yeah,
I love the new one. That expanded on the universe a little bit.
I did too.
I love that it's a sequel and not a remake.
It's a sequel,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
know
for
this-
sure.
A lot
I
of
mean,
people,
yeah, it's
a lot of people still call it. A lot of people call it a remake. It's like it's not a remake.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a remake. It's literally has the character from the first movie in it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's Baby Anthony is the character in the new one.
Yeah.
Like I said, they basically expand on the lore.
Yeah, I love it
Yeah,
too.
it-
There are a few lines in the movie that kind of piss me off.
Yeah.
There's something that happens at the end that pisses me off, but overall, I do love it. I think it was really well done.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I've never been one for agendas in film.
That's the thing, and
Yeah.
the original, it's there, but it's in a subtle way where it's not in your face. Like the
Yeah.
new one was like, hey, by the way, in case you missed it, this is what we're trying to say. And then like
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
they'll say, oh, hey, by the way, in case you missed it, here's what we're trying to say.
Yeah, let
And
me
then
shove
like
it. Yeah,
and
shove
then
it
the
down
end
your
with the
throat.
cops. It's like, really, you're overdoing it now. Come on.
Yeah. Let it go.
But again, other than that stuff, I think it was really well done.
No.
Huh.
I've
Ah,
heard
no,
of it,
Birch.
but I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Cryptids. Huh.
Cryptids. I've never heard of it.
I think that's a big fault of a lot of movies. I mean, we're talking about Evil Dead Rise here and the new
Yep.
Candyman. A lot of these movies are just
Black
overdoing
Christmas,
certain things.
2019.
They're just Black Christmas 2019.
Prime example.
It's a Wonderful Knife from last year. There are certain movies that
Oh,
they're trying to appease a certain audience and they're just going overboard doing it. I'm all for including these certain things. Fine, you want to do it, but do it in a realistic way.
No,
Yeah.
you're just hating it.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna do a negative spin.
Be realistic about it. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
it's too much. It's just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not my friend no more.
It's a
Yeah.
decent watch. Huh.
Child of the Corn. I actually saw an article recently that nudity in horror movies is down like something like 40% or something like that.
Yeah, what's
I
up with
believe
that?
it. I believe
What's up
it.
with that?
Because
man.
everything now is like that everybody's so offended by stuff and everybody's
Yep.
too worried about it's like, my God. So this is why I like movies like Poor Things. It's funny how Poor Things wins Oscars. Oppenheimer wins Oscars, and both of them have gratuitous nudity. So it's like, what does that tell you?
Pretty much. Yeah.
What would you say? What genre is Poor Things?
It's like a mix. It is
It's a tough one.
it jumps all over the place. It's like comedy, romance, horror, romance, I don't even know, time
Damn.
period,
Yeah.
sci-fi. It's
Dazzling.
everything. It is everything.
Yeah. It's like a fantasy too.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, dark fantasy.
Yeah.
It has all those elements. Truthfully,
So it's basically like Mother. A little bit.
That
It-
actually
like I said,
might
it
not
is-
be a bad comparison.
there is part of it that is a loose remake of Bride of Frankenstein.
Yes.
Okay.
but
It's
so much
basically
more.
you could call it a Bride of Frankenstein story. It's like what happens next.
reimagining.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Child of the Corn. That's why I like some of the Hellraiser sequels a lot, because they have
Yeah.
sort of that detective slasher vibe, the noir kind of feeling. Like You know,
Inferno.
yeah, Inferno's yeah, exactly. Inferno's a big one.
Prime example right there.
I love Hellraiser Judgment. I thought Judgment. I love it. I do.
Yeah, we were talking about that one for a while.
I mean, it's only a days away, so on Monday, Jason and I actually ranked the Hellraiser movie, so that's coming up on Monday.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Danny. You sent me a link for the cryptids. I didn't know that Scream Team Releasing did that. Hell yeah. Joe Bob.
Yeah, we're doing a new series on Mondays. We're going to be ranking franchises. It's just called Ranked. So this Monday is going to be our first one. It's just Hellraiser Ranked, and we're ranking all 11 of them from least favorite to favorite. Obviously, we each did a video, so our rankings will be different. So be sure to check out both, obviously.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Yes, it does. The more, the better.
I agree.
The Cenobites were freaking amazing in that movie,
especially with the way it ended.
Yes.
I mean, you get like that Chenard ending. Like, okay, so now let's see him in action.
Yeah, that movie got me really excited about. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah.
And you still don't have a physical release yet.
Nope.
I do.
I do.
Damn it.
It's a man. Wow.
Yeah.
Basic Instinct is still controversial. I agree with you.
We'll be doing
I think
that
we
eventually.
have that on the docket.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sharon Stone. Oh,
more slept on sequel. Honestly, in this case, I'm going to say Nightmare 2 because Hellbound, for the most part, gets a lot of love. Nightmare 2, on the other hand, even though it's my favorite Nightmare film,
same here.
Mine too.
And it's Rob's and it's Jason's.
It's your favorite. Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is your favorite Nightmare movie?
Mine, yeah. I've always said that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So even though it's our favorite, I think it gets a lot more negativity than Hellbound does. Hellbound gets a lot of love.
Yeah. When I was on Sean Urshan's stream, we were talking about Nightmare 4, and I love Nightmare 4, but I ranked it high. But Nightmare 2 was my favorite. So I always talk about it. That pool scene.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You're all my children now.
Yes, Jason and I, we both love the most recent Texas Chainsaw
Yeah,
Massacre.
it's so good. So good.
And there's a reason for it, so don't think we're nuts, but we actually watched it like three or four times the day it was released because we watched it separately, then we watched it together, then I watched it with my wife and my son, and then I watched it again on the stream that night because we did it for a live stream. So I watched it 4 times the day it was released.
That movie's badass.
Child of the Corn. Nightmare 4. I've always liked it.
Oh, that's a rough.
I know. All right, Child of the Corn. This goes back like a year now. I remember being on a stream of yours, and I said how Nightmare 4 was one of my least favorites. Okay. Since then, I have gone back and I've done a lot of deep diving into that one, and I know a lot more about the backstory now and the director and everything that went on with that movie. And I have to say, that moved up significantly enough in my ranking of the Elm Street franchise.
Yeah,
it's still not necessarily a favorite, but it's quite a bit higher than I had before. I appreciate it so much more now, and I do think it's a lot of fun. So
yeah, that's the main thing. It's a lot of fun. Like
it is.
You can't like they killed off the Dream Warriors, which I understand a lot of people are mad about that, but to me, I love Alice. I think Alice.
Oh, me too. Alice is one of my favorite final girls.
That to me, that ends it right there. I love it.
And that's a big reason why I love 5. I love the Dream Child. I love Alice, and I think the concept is very clever. I know people laugh at it, but like, okay, he can't get to Alice because she's the Dream Master. So what does he do? He gets through her unborn baby. I think that's so cool. I think it's just a smart thing to do.
It's a well-made movie.
Nightmare 4. Nightmare 4 has, I think, a great soundtrack.
It's it's the MTV Nightmare movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Dokken is the Dream Warrior is probably it's like my favorite song probably from.
You don't like Love Kills? I like Love Kills.
Mr.
I like that. I know I like that too.
Mr. Carr, have you seen the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre? And Texas horror. My wife is right on board with it. She's a big horror fan herself, so she's yeah. I mean,
My wife.
she helps me build my collection. I mean, for holidays and birthdays, Christmas and stuff, she literally asks me for a list because she can never keep up with what I have. I can't even keep up with what I have already. So I have to make her a list every year, and I make my mom a list every year, and that's literally what I get for birthdays and Christmas and stuff is, hey, buy me more movies because that's what I want.
She tolerates me. I'll say that. She tolerates me.
DJ Boy, I'll tell you, when they killed Kincaid, yeah, that sucked. But I used to have nightmares about that junkyard. I don't know what it was. That junkyard scared the shit out of me.
Was it the dog pissing on Freddy's?
Not so much, but they did such a good job with the atmosphere.
Yeah, see, I love Nightmare 5. I do. I think it's good. I think it's a good sequel. I think for me, it has some of the best kills in the franchise.
Oh,
really
yeah.
like that one.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
Judgment Night, Predator 2, hell yeah. I've always liked Predator 2.
I just got Judgment Night on VHS.
Oh, dude, that's such a good movie.
I had it on DVD. I've always liked that film. I like Dennis Leary as a villain.
Yeah.
But finding it on videotape, that was pretty fun.
I live about 2.5 hours from Chicago, and because they get lost in the Chicago streets, and let me tell you, it's pretty accurate. I mean, it's
that bad.
The neighborhoods they go into, it's even worse.
Oh wow.
Yeah. You can get shot for just, looking at someone wrong down there.
Yeah. I always liked that movie. To me, well, that's why it's in my horror collection. It always seemed like more of a horror movie than anything else. Just a different type of horror movie. You know what I mean?
Right. Mr.
The
waterbed. Yeah. I like that for a certain reason.
Hey, Annette, how are you?
Yeah.
Gratuitous nudity.
Thanks for joining us, Annette.
No joke, okay? No joke. When I first saw Nightmare 4, I had a waterbed. And I always imagined that if I moved the covers and look, am I going to see a naked woman down there? I don't know. It never happened.
No.
And then he moved the covers and he found a naked guy instead. He was like, shit, wrong bed.
Oh, shit.
Can we exchange this one, please?
Oh, God. Yeah, what movie did I watch? Shit.
Yeah, Judgment Night is fun.
Yep, good soundtrack in that.
Yeah, sure. That's great.
Mark, I agree with you. Freddy's Dead is a rough one. We did that for it's another one we did for Positive Spin. Again, it's not a movie we particularly like, but we did it for Positive Spin, and
there are things I like about it.
There are things I like.
Yeah. It can be fun. I mean,
Freddy's Dead for me is one of those. I saw that in theaters too, so I do have some nostalgia. But that's one of those movies that's sort of like the opposite of a lot of others, where I go into it thinking that I like it more, and then I watch it and I'm like, I guess I don't like it as much as I thought I did.
Yeah. Great graphics.
One of those.
I mean, Alice Cooper.
Yeah.
Enough said.
You get Tom Arnold and Roseanne. You get some fun stuff.
Yeah.
And Freddy is a wicked witch.
Yep.
And your little soul too.
My biggest thing with Freddy's Dead, and I'm not really a fan of his daughter, the storyline, and also the actress who plays her. I just don't like her character.
She's kind of annoying.
She is. Yeah. I just don't connect with her at all. And I don't know. I mean, I understand when franchises all of a sudden they add a character here and there, but it's like all of a sudden he has a daughter. Like people got pissed when Jason Goes to Hell when all of a sudden he has more family. But when Freddy's Dead, people just didn't bat an eye. I was like, oh yeah, okay, he has a daughter now. Well, what the hell? I mean,
yeah, they changed a lot of things, the house and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also kind of a stickler on lore. And when a movie just changes lore for no reason, not a big fan.
Well, and that's my issue, and you're going to hear about this in my video on Monday. That's one of my big things with Hellraiser Judgment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That lore is like completely changed.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
But but the thing is, like, again, like the atmosphere, and I think what's his name, Steven.
I love the slasher part of it, like the whole murder mystery part.
Who was
me too.
Who was the guy that played Pinhead? It was Steven something.
He did a good job.
I thought he was good.
Yeah, he was good. He was good. I don't I don't dislike any of the Hellraiser movies. I love all the Hellraiser movies. I love that franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all different. It's like they're all, in a way.
And that's why, that's another good example right there. When people say, "Oh, the Hellraiser franchise sucks" after the first 3 or whatever, right? How can they suck if they're all different? Like, you're telling me there's not a sequel in there that you like? You know what I mean? Like, it offers so many different things with these sequels. You hate all of them? I mean, come on.
It's a pretty broad spectrum with the different movies and themes, and they try just about everything.
Yeah, Kenny, Joe and Jason, I think, know how I feel about Dark Fate.
Jason hasn't seen Dark Fate, so don't ruin it.
I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is it any good?
Joe,
I told you they do something in that movie that pissed me off, and
it's in the beginning.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
And then,
eventually I'm going to see it because
to do when you see it, you're going to know exactly why.
Yeah,
probably.
You're going to know exactly why.
I saw it in the theater and I was doomed. Oh God.
As for Genesis, though,
I like Genesis.
I'm not a huge fan of what's his face that plays Kyle Reese in it, but I did like the movie.
Yeah, I
can't remember who that is.
I like it so much more now than
I like Genesis as a nice companion piece to the original because I like how they reshot the scenes and stuff. I think that was really cool. But I'm also a huge Emilia Clarke fan, so that helps.
I think I know why.
Ooh.
I also hung out with her at a mall. So
really? You got oh wow.
She used to date Seth MacFarlane. She used to date Seth MacFarlane, who did Family Guy. And Seth MacFarlane is from my home state, and so she used to be here all the time. So,
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Thanksgiving 2 is already bigger than Terrifier. Terrifier is like it's like on the verge. Well, it kind of has broken out, sort of.
Yeah.
But I would think more people know about Thanksgiving than Art the Clown.
Dude, Terrifier, I think it's kind of overrated. Like, I agree. Like with Joe. Like,
Thanksgiving, like I said, but
I like the first one a lot, and I like all. But
for me, the difference is Thanksgiving is, in my opinion, and I said this before, I think it's the ultimate Thanksgiving slasher film now. From this point forward, like, we have Halloween, obviously, for Halloween. We have Black Christmas.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now we have Thanksgiving. Like, there's other Thanksgiving slashers, but
My Bloody Valentine.
But now, for me, this is like going to be the ultimate Thanksgiving slasher. It incorporates so much of Thanksgiving into one movie between the parade, the decorations, the atmosphere, the dinner.
Parade.
It has all this stuff that it takes place in Plymouth. It has all of this stuff that incorporates that holiday. For me, it's the ultimate Thanksgiving slasher. I feel like it's going to be more timeless than Terrifier.
Interesting. A new age giallo. I can see that. There were certain scenes that were filmed very much giallo-esque.
Yeah, and then you have the explanation at the end.
Yes, the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole beginning scene was great in Thanksgiving.
It was brutal.
In the store, I'm sitting there with my mouth open, like, "Oh my God, did that just happen?"
Me too. I was so happy when I watched that movie. I was just like, yes.
I watched it Oh, it was actually on Easter. I watched it again with my son, Rob, because my son hadn't seen it yet. And that was one of the I always get him gifts on Easter too. We celebrate every holiday in my family. So that was one of his gifts. I got him Thanksgiving. And in between breakfast at my parents' house and then going to my aunt's for Easter dinner, we came home for a bit and we watched Thanksgiving together because he hadn't seen it and he loved it too. It's just
damn right.
It's an awesome slasher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Eli Roth. Like
No card. I definitely will, and I'll actually watch it during the year too. Yeah, I don't just wait until Thanksgiving, but I do watch it Thanksgiving.
That will for sure though be a Thanksgiving tradition now from now on.
Yeah,
no doubt,
without a doubt.
No doubt. I have it down here for us to watch.
If not Thanksgiving itself, probably on Black Friday. I might make that my Black Friday tradition every year.
Yeah.
Hey, we already have a Black Friday tradition.
Well, that's another one.
Took me long enough to find a goddamn movie.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard.
And then I went to Dollar General and found 4 of them.
What?
Do they have it at Dollar General? They do have Dollar General.
Black Friday, he's saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a Dollar General. Maybe I should look there.
There you go, Joe. Pulled it.
There it is.
For you to watch. Well, for us to watch.
Why do I keep forgetting about Dollar General? I know they have movies.
They do. That's where I had that the Brighton Rock one. Body at Brighton Rock.
Okay, yeah.
And I had it in my hand and I put it back and I'm like, and I put it back. So
yeah, Child of the Corn, it could be like a nice twist where we have like a second killer in Thanksgiving too. I think they did a great job with the red herrings in that first one.
Yeah, I think so too.
I feel like there's a lot of possibilities for that to be the case.
I like Eli Roth. I just think he's a really good director. I like his movies.
He understands horror. I mean,
yes, 100%. 100%. And there is not a movie that he's made that I haven't liked.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I still think Hostel 2 is one of the best. I mean,
yes,
I freaking love Hostel.
I like Hostel 2 better than the first one for sure. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too. I like how it tells both sides of the story.
Yep.
I like the setting. I just like the like the little carnival kind of.
Yeah, hell yeah,
like festival. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that too, and I really like and I know you did too, Joe. The remake of
Cabin Fever.
No,
I did like that. That's a good remake.
Death Game. The
Knock knock.
Knock knock. That's
knock knock. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You sucked my cock.
That's actually a remake of Death Game, which is actually a pretty awesome movie in itself, and I thought he did a pretty good job of it.
And listen, to get both of those actresses naked in the same movie, that alone is like, woo.
That was a sight to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that movie. That's another one people shit on. So
yeah, they do.
Surprise.
Yeah, we'll be covering Hostel Part 3 eventually too, because we've covered the first 2 for different things.
Yes.
So we'll be doing Hostel Part 3 at some point too.
Yeah. Which I don't mind. It's not as good as the first 2, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, Danny, Green Inferno, we watched not long ago for Controversial View. Green Inferno is amazing.
Yeah, that was a lovely tribute to Cannibal Holocaust in a way.
Hell yeah. Yep. I like cannibal movies.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. I have so many views on that video, and not one person commented about my thumbnail being the girl taking a crap in the corner of the cage. That's what I use as the thumbnail. I mean, you can't see it all. You can just see her face and her, but like
that might be my favorite, Danny. That might be my favorite. I love Thanksgiving, but the Green Inferno is pretty awesome.
I always laugh at the scene where the guy's whacking off, and he's like, "This is this relieves stress. If you do this, it's like you're about to get eaten. You're gonna die, and you're gonna whack off in front of everybody."
It reminds me of the scene in Mallrats when they're talking about the plane going down.
Yeah,
He's
like, so did he come?
I don't know. There's just some things you don't talk about. Bought $40 worth of fucking film.
Kenny, I actually
like on a camera.
I actually like Grudge 2. I think Grudge 2 is really good. I like that one.
Yeah, I don't mind any of them actually.
Yeah, make fists with your toes like Die Hard.
Oh god.
Yeah, I remember that. The carpet.
Yippee-ki-yay.
motherfucker.
Where are the detonators?
Yeah, we're a big Die Hard family too. Like my son absolutely loves the Die Hard movies.
Oh, I freaking love them.
And we have to watch at least the first one every year before Christmas. This past Christmas we watched it on Christmas Eve day before we went to my parents' house.
Really?
And but my son always watches the first 2 Die Hard movies before Christmas.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th?
I love 3. I mean, Die Hard with a Vengeance is I actually 1 and then 3, those are my top 2 Die Hards.
Yes, I really like the 4th. I love the 4th movie.
I like them too. I just
the unrated though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
didn't mind the 5th one either.
1 and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3 were my favorites too.
I thought the 5th one was okay, but I still prefer the first 4.
Yeah, the 5th one would probably be last in my ranking. I never really got into the 2nd one that much.
I appreciate the 2nd one though for like bringing Al back, even in like a small part of it.
Yeah,
because it's like he's such a big part of the. I mean, John McClane does most of the work in the first one, but you can argue that Al is the hero in the first one because
he's such a likable guy.
At the end, I mean, he's the one who makes the final kill shot.
Yep.
So it's on Carl. Yep. So it's like if he's not there, I mean, it has a bad ending.
That's true.
That's true. I love that's my favorite scene in the first movie, and my son always laughs. He's like, "Oh, here's your part." When John McClane and Al see each other for the first time when he gets out of the building.
Yeah.
And they connect eyes from across and they finally see each other. I just love it because they're such a good team throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
I just love their relationship.
Dude, yeah, like Die Hard 3 is so fast paced. Like it doesn't stop.
It's awesome.
I thought my father was going to have a heart attack in the movie theater. He was laughing so hard when we originally saw that. I mean, he was like dying.
It's great.
Everything they asked him to do, he was like in tears, hysterical.
It's pretty damn
Mark, I didn't care for Taken 3, but I do love the first one, and the second one's it's all right to me.
I don't know if I've seen the third. I probably have, I guess.
The third one is a mess. I don't know who directed it, but there's all these choppy, fast camera shots. Like Liam Neeson jumps a fence, okay? And it takes like 26 shots for him to get over that fence.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not joking.
Wow.
I don't know why they did it like that. It's weird.
I probably have the Taken 3 because I know I have the first 2.
The first Taken always again, I always say this, like if you have kids, like anything where a kid gets abducted really bothers me.
Yes. Yeah, it hits you. It hits you.
That first movie is just so satisfying too. I mean, it's like it's just so satisfying.
It is. Yes.
Yeah,
like
I
hearing him like
recently.
on the phone, hearing him on the phone and everything. Like, I mean, I know it's such a cliche thing now. People like make fun of it, like the line, but like, "I will find you and I will kill you." Like, it was so iconic at the time.
Yes.
And like and then when the guy just responds, "Good luck," and then he uses that later on to identify him. It's so bad.
Yeah.
Like the dude fell for it.
DJ, my favorite Rambo film is part 2.
Really?
I love First Blood, but I always call part 2 the quintessential Rambo film because we get to see him as a one-man army actually kill people. In the first movie, he didn't really kill anybody. I mean, there was accidents that happened, right? He threw
it's like
the
a
rock.
reverse slasher.
Yeah.
Right. He could have killed that entire police force in the first one if he wanted to. He could have.
Rambo 4 is badass.
My thing with Rambo 2 is it's based on the Nintendo game was based on Rambo 2.
Yep.
And I always played that game growing up as a kid.
Me too.
Rambo Nintendo game. So growing up, I always preferred Rambo 2 movie because it was what the game was. So it was like I was watching the movie of the game I was playing. But I love First Blood, and I also love that. I love that First Blood takes place at Christmas.
I actually like all the Rambo movies. I like them all.
Oh yeah, me too.
Another outdoor thriller. I don't think.
The
Edge or The Gray.
The Edge for me.
I don't think you've seen it, have you, Joe?
Oh, I've seen them. It's been a long
Okay,
time.
because
Been
I
a
knew
long
we were
time.
supposed to watch The Edge for something.
Yeah.
The Edge. Oh, yeah, it's great. That's a great one.
I got to go with The Edge on that. I think, yeah.
The Gray is okay. I mean, it's not.
I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
fine
fine
for what it was.
Earlier, I mean, this is like a different kind of outdoor thriller, but when we started the stream, we talked about some movies that we recommend that we watched recently, and I recommended Beast. Yeah, and
Yes.
obviously it's with a lion and it's in Africa, so I mean, not a lot of us can really relate because we're not there, but that was a great movie.
Yeah.
When it comes to that outdoor sort of horror film,
it really shocked me. That's why I was so adamant
really
that
good
you
movie.
got it.
Yeah.
Couple of other killer lion movies. There's Prey.
Yep, that's a good one.
The Ghost in the Darkness.
Yeah, The Ghost in the Darkness is good. Rogue.
Yep.
There's a movie called Burning Bright. It's about a tiger, but it's similar. That's a good one.
But yeah, Beast. I loved Beast.
Yeah. That fucking line was tough.
All I'm gonna say,
that line was tough.
All I'm gonna say, that fight scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man, they had it coming. I did not feel sorry for them people at all. I mean, the village, of course, because the village didn't really do anything. But I mean,
I was messed up.
You poke the bear. That's what happens.
Yep. No, there's also a Rogue with a lion too.
Yeah, DJ Boy knows it. Tiger in a House. Yeah, Burning Bright.
Yeah, there's another. It's just like Prey. Like there's another Rogue movie. Kenny.
That's the one with Megan Fox, right? Rogue.
Yeah, I liked it, but the CGI was wonky.
Yeah, it could have been better.
I thought that she actually really impressed me, though. She had some acting chops that I didn't think she had.
Well, when she's not doing Transformers, she's all right.
Yeah, I mean,
I liked her in Jennifer's Body.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that bed scene was probably one of the best.
Yeah. Also, we already said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like Grizzly movies like Grizzly and Prey, Burning Bright. There's also another Prey done by Dick Moss about a lion as well, but it's a lion in Amsterdam.
Another sort of like outdoor animal horror that we watched for Positive Spin was Primeval. That we loved.
Hell yeah!
I love that movie.
Primeval was fantastic.
I love it.
Yeah, based on a true story, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Loved it.
And like I just reviewed Crawl. That's a good one.
I still need to watch that. I've had that forever. I've still never watched it.
You've never watched Crawl?
Oh, Joe. Yeah, Joe's gonna like it. I think he'd like it.
Yeah, he'll like it. It's a good one.
Jaws 3.
Child of the Corn. So I always say Jaws 2 definitely feels like a slasher to me.
Yes.
Yeah. Jaws 2 is basically like Halloween 2. You have Brody, who's basically like the Loomis, trying to warn everybody that Michael's coming back, or in this case, the shark is coming back. You have the shark getting burned like Michael gets burned. You have a bunch of teens like at a party, like trying to throw a party on an island, who get picked off one by one by the shark. You have the shark is literally like a villain where he has like half a burned face. He's like out for revenge. To me, Jaws 2 is a slasher with a shark. But you can really say that. You can really say that about any of the Jaws movies. I mean, Jaws 3, yes,
that's true.
You can say it about the revenge as well. For me, Jaws 2, though, just because I think because of the teen characters, that always felt the most like a slasher to me.
And they're terrorized too.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Dog Soldiers. It's a fun movie.
Yeah, I always talk about like Jaws 2 being kind of like no one ever talks about it, like kind of like Rocky 2. It's like people, talk about the first Rocky being a masterpiece, but no one ever really talks about Rocky 2.
Jaws 2 is my favorite Jaws.
Yeah, mine too.
It's actually my favorite Jaws, and I reviewed it for Slashback. We had the Slasher Plus week,
Yes.
When it's movies that aren't typically considered slashers that really follow the formula, and Jaws 2 is the movie that I did.
I think I did Bear for that one. That's another one that's like kind of like Jaws 2, a bunch of teenagers stranded.
Yeah, Child of the Corn. I mean, I agree with you. It's definitely an underrated horror sequel. Jaws 2 is awesome. I love Jaws 2.
Yeah, it's great.
Jaws the Revenge.
We did
I don't hate it.
we did a did that come up yet?
Yeah, we did a positive spin.
We did a positive spin.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago, we did a positive spin of Jaws the Revenge.
Mm-hmm.
We talk a lot about it in those videos. Yep, Day of the Animals is fun.
Prophecy's good.
With
I like Prophecy.
the mutant bear.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
that thing's ugly.
Prophecy. Yeah, Prophecy.
We did a video on that before too. Yeah, we covered so many of these. We did so many videos.
Yeah. Revenge was a tough one for me. I wanted to like that one so bad, and the beginning was so promising, and then, yeah, and then
Jaws the Revenge.
When I was younger.
Yeah, I was gonna say now my opinion really changed on that one.
It did.
I liked it a lot now.
Some people say that Michael Caine phoned in his performance in that. I disagree. Did he do it for a paycheck? Obviously, because he's even commented that he loves Jaws the Revenge because it bought him the house or whatever it was. But Michael Caine's an odd one because everything he's in, I seem to like more.
And you know what? Some actors are just like that. I mean, so what are you supposed to do? Just criticize every Michael Caine film? Because some people just are like that. I mean,
I really like Blame It on Rio. I always have, and it's part of it is because of Michael Caine's charm in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then there's two very big reasons.
Yeah.
Other than that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just always liked it. I always liked that movie.
I mean, it's like people saying Mark Hamill phoned in his voice for the Child's Play remake, which I don't see it.
Nope. The Breed. I like The Breed.
I think he did a good job.
Dog movie with Michelle Rodriguez. Yeah.
Yep. Taryn Manning. Nice Texas.
Second favorite in the franchise. That's interesting.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I like that. I think that's pretty cool.
Like I said, I really dug it this time. I mean, and sometimes it's just your mood and stuff. Like when we were watching it, I was like, I'm really enjoying this.
It's refreshing to hear that. I mean, it's
I watched it was on there's this guy that does all these Jaws videos on this one channel. I can't remember what it's called, but they actually had the director Joseph Sargent on there talking about the film and what it was actually supposed to be and how they took away money and they wanted it to be like this. And so when people say that the director is a hack and should never be allowed to hold a camera again, you kind of have to take that kind of stuff into consideration that, Universal played a big part in why that movie ended up the way it did.
Yeah.
So, and then money and the fact that another director was actually started the film and then was let go. And he was there to pick up the pieces.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Child of the Corn, I'm going to give Best Alfred to Goff, but I'm going to give Best Ebenezer Scrooge to Caine. And yes, I'm talking about The Muppet Christmas Carol. Sounds funny. Yeah. It sounds funny, but I actually think he gives a great performance in that film.
I'm going to tell you something, okay? The Muppets Wizard of Oz, I laughed the entire time. Thanks, the entire time.
Yeah.
Pepe.
Yeah, Pepe.
I'm dying. Every fucking thing he says makes me laugh. He's just awesome. And Muppets
but like,
in Space.
It's not even like a joke. Like I also love Bill Murray and Scrooge. Scrooge is my favorite version of A Christmas Carol. Yeah. But like if we're talking about a true to life Ebenezer Scrooge, Michael Caine in the Muppets plays it so straight, despite being surrounded by a Muppet cast. And but seriously, he conveys the emotion perfectly too. I feel like he has the perfect transition from grumpy Scrooge in the beginning to, the nice Scrooge at the end, and you can see his transition throughout the film. I think he does a fantastic job in that movie.
I like the Muppets.
He does, yeah.
I do like my Muppets. See you, DJ.
See ya.
There's a scene in the Muppet Christmas Carol, and again, it sounds funny, but there's a scene when like you see like the mice in the wall with the cheese.
Yeah.
And this is still at the point when he's not completely turned yet. He's still like the grumpy Scrooge, but he sees the mice and he gives this little smile. Like and it's just perfect because it comes across as so authentic. Like even this grumpy old man can't help but to smile at this poor little mouse family eating their cheese. And it's just this random scene I notice every time I watch that movie. And it's like, he's damn good in this.
Yeah, the Muppets were awesome.
George C. Scott is good too. Texas Horror. He's up there. I love Michael Caine as Scrooge.
Vampire Kiss.
Vampire Kiss.
Hmm.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. I think I have it though. Is that the one that the guy that was in the Tudors is in?
Vampire Kiss?
Yeah.
Vampire Kiss or Vampire's Kiss? Because Vampire's Kiss is Cage, right?
I think it's
that's right.
Yeah,
Jennifer Beals.
Yeah, it's a different title. I think it's Vampire's Kiss, I think.
Yeah, because I don't know if there is a vampire. I don't know if he just meant Vampire's Kiss or. Yeah, Nicolas Cage. He says, so yeah, Vampire's Kiss. Yep.
Okay, yeah. His voice, I still have a problem with his voice, but I do like that movie now. He just has this. I don't know. It just comes across as really fake to me. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I've never seen him put on that kind of a voice.
Fake voice in a movie about a fake being, a vampire?
I get it.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he usually played. Well, he kind of did for Valley Girl too, I guess.
What do you think of his voice in Willy's Wonderland?
I never heard it.
There you go.
Did he say anything?
No.
He likes that was it strawberry or grape soda?
I think he switches it up.
Yeah. He's a switch hitter.
I want to take his face off. I can eat a peach for hours.
Put the bunny back in the box.
All right. Anybody else in the chat want to talk about anything before we go? We're going to wrap up just a little bit here. Anything you guys want to say? What do you think of Nicolas Cage and The Wicker Man? That's another one we did for. That's another one we did for.
The bees.
Another one we did for a positive spin, and I
don't mind it.
I like the movie. It doesn't bug me at all.
I think it's fun. I don't know.
It is. It is kind of fun, especially him whooping her ass in a bear costume.
Well,
yeah.
The funny thing is, everybody talks about the bee scene. That's not even in the original cut. Like
exactly,
it's only in one cut of the film. So just watch the other version.
Yeah,
exactly. Not the bees.
Yeah, like I said, when we watched it, we watched the theatrical cut, and that scene's not even in it. It's not even in it. It's only in the director's cut.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't mind it for a remake. There's certain things I think they did better in the remake than they did in the original film.
I mean, I've always, like we talked about earlier, I mean, I can love an original and still really enjoy a remake. I mean,
exactly.
It doesn't change it for me.
You can? No. You can? I thought it was the other way around.
Imagine that.
We're not allowed to. We're not allowed.
Man. Oh, man.
Oh, here's a good question. Best nude or sex scene in a horror movie?
Friday the 13th, Part 5.
Yeah. that's up there.
That's a good one. And honestly, as much as I don't like the remake, Friday the 13th, that's a good nude scene too. Perfect nipple placement.
Perfect nipple placement. Yep.
You know what else has a good
scene? You have Cemetery Man.
Ooh, Cemetery Man. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
What about the sex scene in Jason Goes to Hell? Tent scene.
Ah, yeah, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one.
Man, see, now this is one of those things I've thought about. Oh, you know what? Here's one of my favorites. Life Force. Life
Yeah.
Force is my favorite movie.
Yeah.
How about Poor Things? There you
Damn,
go.
I forgot about that one.
Matilda? Is that her name, Matilda?
Matilda May, yeah.
Yeah.
Child of the Corn. Not trying to be too forward, but I'd be game to collab sometime. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
We'd love to have you on. We have a special guest every month, so.
Definitely. Sleepaway Camp too.
You don't have AIDS or anything, do you?
Yeah.
That movie is so
Actually,
much
Jason,
fun.
you said that's your favorite nude scene is the end of Sleepaway Camp 1, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's it. I had to think about that one for a minute. Yeah. Actually, it's kind of weird because, yeah, I had a kind of a crush on Felissa Rose for a while.
Because
Then
of
I
that,
really
right?
thinking to myself, like,
Because
what
of
does that
that.
say about me? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Child of the Corn, Matilda May. Whew.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
My God.
Deborah Voorhees. I mean, it's even in the name. Come on.
Yep.
Yeah.
She was meant for that.
Insanely hot.
Yep.
Yep. That's right.
Hell yeah. Yeah. And Judy Aronson, anything that she's in. Betsy Russell.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did I mention Poor Things? Yeah.
Yeah, Poor Things. Yep. Child of the Corn says Brittany Snow and X for the sex scene. That was one that a lot of people were waiting for because Brittany Snow had never shown anything before, and then here she comes in X, just poof.
Dude, talking about Sleepaway Camp, to this day, I always question when Artie the cook gets all the water dumped on him, the hot water. I've never seen such a goddamn big pot in my life.
That's what I said last time. We were watching it.
It holds all that corn. And I'm like, who the hell has a pot that big?
Well, he's cooking for a camp.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, but I mean, I've been to a camp. Like, I've been to a camp, but I when I saw that, I'm like, is that?
It feels like it would be
supposed to maneuver that. Yeah,
it feels like it would be a pot for something that you would cook outdoors, like something outside, like
it
not
feels
in a
like
kitchen.
A pot
like, how
that
do
they
you do
specially
that?
made for that movie.
Yeah,
it's so funny when he checks the water if it's boiling. It's been on there about an hour, and he's like, he fucking throws the salt because.
Yep.
Oh God, I love that character.
I don't know if that's a good thing, Rob.
Yeah, I don't love it like that. Yeah, but let's just say he got what he deserved.
Oh, for sure.
That's for sure. But
Howling 2, your sister's a werewolf.
Yeah.
Glad you enjoyed it, Mark. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you, dude.
Absolutely, Mark. We'll have you
Everybody,
on.
thank you for coming by.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep. Physical media matters.
Yeah.
Now he's got me thinking about other horror nude scenes because it's one of those things where you can think of like a million, and now I'm on the spot trying to think about some that we're missing here.
I'm literally looking at my movies right now, trying to figure out which ones have boobies. So,
well, I mean, I watched one of the best or one of the most paused anyway the other day.
Yeah, but that's not horror.
That's true. That's
Fast
not
Times
horror.
at Ridgemont High is the greatest.
Doesn't matter though. I mean, you know,
hey,
it is what it is.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High, greatest.
Phoebe Cates. Yep.
Do you remember renting VHS movies? And when it gets to a certain spot, it's all, it's all grainy. It's been watched 1,000 times.
That's like Fast Times at Ridgemont High was the most paused scene in movie history.
Yeah.
They literally had to keep replacing the VHS copies at video stores because that scene was so damaged because everybody kept pausing.
Right. Yep. You can see, like when you rent a movie, you can tell what they've been doing. Yeah.
Doesn't anybody fucking knock anymore?
$40 with a fucking film.
You had a hell of a piss, Arnold.
My Bloody Valentine. Oh yeah, where the girl walks out completely naked and with the gun.
Betsy Rue, yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. Return of the Living Dead, man.
Oh my God.
Linnea?
tonight.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Oh man.
Well, that too. Yeah. Mindy
Oh,
Clark.
yeah.
Mindy
Mindy
Clark.
Clark.
Oh.
I had such a crush on her, even as a zombie.
Yeah. Don't tell me
Yeah.
you wouldn't want some of that. I mean, you know,
She's
with
hot anyway. She's
with glass
still,
in her face and
dude. She's still hot. Like,
yeah.
Like Judy Ronson, she's still hot too.
God, Judy Ronson, man, in the sleeping car.
My
She
God.
never looked better than in that movie. I don't know what it is,
Yes.
but my God.
Yep. And Friday the 13th Part 4.
Yeah, but the sleeping
But-
car, man. It's like it's something about her in that sleeping car. Oof,
I know.
she's
I know.
smoking.
Hell yeah. It's her hair. I think it's her hair.
I don't know, something. It is something.
Yep.
How about Jason X? You pass. That'd be literally
I
a,
like
is that a sex scene? I don't know. It's a torture porn, I guess.
Yeah.
Judy Ronson, she's in the final chapter, Texas Horror. She's in the sleeping car. She was in a bunch of stuff back in the day.
Yep. She was in Fanboy 13.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one of her new ones.
Bordello of Blood, yes. Angie Everhart.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Surprised you're still up.
It is and all.
Yeah,
We'll
we're not talking about anything bad.
we'll wrap it up in 10 minutes. We may as well
Wait a
go.
minute. Meg Foster. Oh yeah.
She was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Was she the one that was in Amityville 3? Was that Meg Foster? Or was that Meg Ryan? That was Meg Ryan.
No, that's Meg Ryan. Meg Foster is in your movie, Osterman, right?
Ah, yes.
And she's in 31. That's why I said she was.
Yeah.
Tom
Oh,
Cruise.
E.G.
and
Daly.
E.G. Daly and what do you call it with Nicolas Cage? Valley Girl. Oh yeah.
Or Better Off Dead or
Yeah, but Valley Girl, she's naked.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, Rebecca De Mornay in Risky Business. Yeah, she gets fully naked.
We were talking about that the other night too. Not that scene, but the guy that played Glenn was in one of the movies we were watching.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It was yeah, one of the movies.
Yeah, it was in one of the movies.
I don't want to spoil what it is. I just realized what it was. That's why.
Oh, BB Benson, BB Besh, BB. Fuck was her name?
Oh, Texas Horror. That's one for me too. I was gonna say it too.
Dude.
BB.
X-Ray.
Elizabeth Shue.
Oh yeah. No, I'm talking about the one in X-Ray.
Yeah, it's Barbie. Barbie
Benton.
Barbie Benton.
Benton. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got some nice ones for sure.
I've always had a thing for Elizabeth Shue.
Yeah.
Leaving Las Vegas. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I was always a huge fan of Adventures in Babysitting, though. I mean,
same here.
I love that movie.
Me too.
Yeah. We had some really good movies back then.
I was just gonna say the Thor line, but I realized it's a lot more offensive nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But it is a funny line. That's what I thought about.
It is pretty funny.
Can't say that anymore.
Nope.
Glenn Powell. Who's he?
I was just gonna say that Cocktail. That's yeah.
Watch your mouth. This is a family show.
Cocktail. You're canceled.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that Elizabeth Shue in that?
Cocktail, yeah.
Yeah. God, it's been years since I've seen that.
You can see side boob. So.
I probably haven't seen that since it came out originally.
Side boob?
Remember
when that was a thing? Side boob.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God.
I think I see a nip.
Yeah.
Top Gun Maverick. I still haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
Oh my
I know.
God.
I sent that to you.
Really,
didn't I?
Jason?
I haven't seen it.
Oh
Joe
my
sent it to me.
God.
We were supposed to watch it. We never did.
That movie is badass.
That was my favorite movie of that year when it came
yes,
out.
mine too.
What
Mine
like
too.
number one, even
Yes.
above all horror that year. That was my favorite movie of the year.
Yep.
That movie is
I saw it in the theater.
that is how you reboot like something like that. That's incredible.
That's how you do it. Yes.
Oof.
My
I
dad.
think I still have it down here.
My dad loves Top Gun. I went to go see it with him, and it was like one of the best experiences. It's
nice.
Great. And also, what Maverick, the reason why it was so successful. Remember how successful it was? It was like the first movie to be #1 Memorial Day weekend and Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
That year.
Yeah.
And the reason was because it did literally the opposite of what these other movies are doing. I know people hate the term, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but you have all these other modern movies trying to be too woke. Meanwhile, Maverick came out and said, "Screw that! Like we're just going to have an old-fashioned blockbuster film, and we don't care about these rules." And people flocked to it because of that.
Right.
Like people were sick of seeing the same the same crap over and over. And here you go at Maverick. It was like an old school blockbuster film.
That's why they say go woke, go broke.
And that's why it did well. Exactly.
It really did feel old school. I mean, it felt very authentic.
Yep.
It just.
Yeah, I love the Batman too. Batman was awesome.
Me too. Yep.
I love that. That was again. I try to relate everything to horror. That was like the most horror live action Batman.
Hell yeah.
I've always been saying. I've always wanted to see the Riddler be kind of like a murderer.
I mean, he was like a slasher in that film.
Yeah, they did it so perfect.
Yeah. And it took place on Halloween on top of it. I mean, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I still have the comic book. Remember they did a Riddler written by the guy who played him?
Yeah.
The comic book I still have. I have it and I haven't read it yet.
I mean, we have Batman Gotham by Gaslight, which is a slasher as Jack the Ripper.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, it was animated, so for live action, it was cool to have the Batman be as slasherific as it was.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, those animated films, they can get pretty violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, DC does a good job with those.
They do.
Marvel did a good job for a while, and then they just kind of stopped putting them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got about 5 minutes left. Anything else in the chat you guys want to know about?
I'll just reiterate. If anybody wants to participate again in the ABCs of Horror Challenge, please do so. Again,
Definitely.
The rules are: it has to be a horror film. You have to go through the entire alphabet. So you have to pick a movie that starts with the letter that you're on, A, B, C, D, whatever. But the challenge is go from A to Z. And if you want to, after you do all that, if you want to do it over again, that's fine too.
Yeah, just don't skip any letters. That's not how it works. You have to stop at every letter on the way.
Right. And you can do it at your own pace. So if you want to do one a month or one every 2 months or whatever you want to do, it's all up to you. So just throwing that out there.
Upcoming movies I want to see. I want to see Trap from M. Night Shyamalan.
Hell yeah.
That looks
awesome. God, it was nice to see Josh Hartnett for once.
Yeah.
There.
That I'm actually looking forward to Maxine, I have to say. I really like the trailer. I think it looks
Hell yes.
It's supposed to be an 80s slasher. Looks good.
Yeah.
I
when
can't
does Maxine come out, do you know?
Yeah, the summer. It's coming out in the summer.
Okay.
I mean it got postponed till next year, but I can't wait for Saw 11.
Yes.
Scream 7 is starting filming in June. Can't wait for that.
See you, Child of the Corn. Thanks for stopping by, man.
See you, buddy. We'll be in touch. We'll get you on the stream one of these months.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Take care, Child of the Corn.
Yeah.
What else were you saying?
Those are the ones I'm looking forward to, I think.
Yeah. Did anybody see Abigail?
I didn't see it yet. I've been wanting to see it.
I heard it was pretty good.
I've heard
Really?
nothing. I've heard nothing but positive.
Yeah, me too.
About it.
Interesting.
I mean, it's the same. It's Radio Silence who did Scream 5 and 6. So
they did Abigail.
They did Abigail, and then it also stars Sam from Scream 5 and 6.
And
Nice.
they said that has a lot of it kind of reminds you of Ready or Not.
Yeah, it makes sense. They did that too.
Yep.
They're also working on a Ready or Not sequel, so that'll be cool.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Texas Horror: The Strangers. I'm excited. I hope it's more like The Strangers 2 because I love The Strangers Pray at Night.
Me
Me
too.
too.
But yeah, I'll definitely see it when it comes out.
I like both of them, but I do prefer the second one more.
Yeah, exactly.
Same here.
Annette loved. She liked Abigail. She had a great vampire fic.
Oh, that's cool. She also saw she commented on one of my videos the other day. She saw the Omen, the first Omen.
Yeah.
She said she liked it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one I haven't seen yet either.
She said the pacing was a little, wonky here and there, but
Well,
she said
it is the Omen.
it is the Omen. So, but I'm kind of curious about it.
Like
I will
I always
say
say, it's the oh man, is this over yet?
Yeah. Camp Blood.
I really, really, really want to see Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2.
Me too.
I'm looking forward to watching it again for sure.
Oh,
Tigger,
God.
Tigger looks absolutely cool. I mean, he looks badass.
I'm telling you, Owl stole the show for me.
Al did?
Owl's awesome.
Oh, he looked
Hell
cool in the
yeah.
trailer. He looked cool.
Oh man,
I mean,
Tigger has some great kills, but Owl just looks awesome.
Yeah.
did you see that poster of the Pooh universe or whatever they call it?
Pooniverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm up for all
They
of
had
it.
so
I'll watch
many.
all of it.
Good night,
There's
Annette. Thank you.
Yeah. There's so many characters
Right,
on.
Annette?
Good night. So many characters on there.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm up for all of it.
Oh, yeah,
Me
bring it
too.
on.
Me too.
If they're not as good, then you move on to the
Yeah,
next one.
Exactly. We still have the others.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
There's so much potential. I mean, there's so many things they can do. I mean, it's great. Like,
I don't understand why people have such a problem with it. I mean,
yeah, you're losing.
look, I liked Winnie the Pooh when I was younger
Yeah.
too, but I'm not young anymore, and I still had that part of my youth where now I can watch the slasher movie because that's what I like now.
yeah, I know
and
people like
I
that.
enjoy it.
I personally can never get in that mindset. Like that doesn't. How does that one affect the other? It just doesn't work for me.
Yeah,
Like it's like all right. So it's like the Power Rangers movie that you and I watched.
it's a
Now,
cash grab.
I was
Okay.
a fan of Power Rangers. So even though this Power Rangers movie was much different, I fucking loved it. Remember, we were like, this movie's awesome. I'm like, what the hell?
I saw it in the theater.
Yeah,
I loved it.
yeah.
Power Rangers.
Yeah.
It was
Like
badass.
how does that Power Rangers change my nostalgia for the original? Like I thought it was great either way.
And I wasn't into the original one.
Yeah,
I mean,
thought
I
it
thought
was
the
awesome. I
I thought
loved
the
it.
casting
So-
was perfect.
me too.
Yeah.
So
It's such a really
All right, guys. Well, thank you
fun
guys in the chat.
movie.
Thank you guys in the chat for joining us tonight.
Yes.
We went 4 hours this time. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
yes,
hell yeah.
very much.
We do this every month. So we'll be back again, and please be sure to check out our videos for today. We got some Bravo videos up.
Yep.
We got a new series starting technically tomorrow on Monday now, since it's technically Sunday.
Yep.
And then yeah, again, do you want to participate in ABCs of Horror? Please do that.
Yep. Just let us know so we can watch your videos.
And of course, as always, remember, physical media
matters.
Matters.
Thanks, guys. Good night.
See ya.